I'm regularly sent reports about attacks happening in waters all over the world. From these, I extract the extraordinary from the easily explained. And recently, one remarkable case leapt to my attention. It comes from a fishing community on a remote volcanic island that's part of Papua New Guinea in the South Pacific. It concerns a spate of underwater attacks that has left a trail of bloodied victims along the coast. The assailant strikes quickly and seemingly at random, leaving behind large puncture wounds, but no other clue to its identity. The locals are baffled and afraid because they depend on the sea for their survival. With the collective knowledge built up over centuries, they know everything in their waters. Or thought they did. Could a bloodthirsty alien have migrated from elsewhere? Could this be a native species gone bad? Or, in this remote corner of the world, could there be a completely new kind of monster? Not just new to the locals, but new to me, new to all of us. The remote island where the report originated is called New Britain. It's one of the least explored places on Earth, and somewhere I've never set foot. Named in the 17th century by an English explorer, it's mountainous, covered in rainforest, and about the size of Maryland. But all I know for certain is that the incidents happened along a particular stretch of coast, where dozens of coral islands lie just offshore. I've managed to find a boatman named John, who has agreed to take me to some of the isolated communities where I can start my investigation. Everywhere you look on the water, you've got canoes and you've got people actually in the water themselves. It's almost as if they spend more time immersed than they do on land. And it's all about fishing, because these people, they have to fish every single day just to feed themselves. I want to start collecting information about the recent attacks, and John has suggested this market island where people gather to exchange and barter goods. These isolated fishing communities have little or no contact with the rest of the world and rarely see outsiders. I expect them to be suspicious of a stranger like me. But a catch being unloaded gives me an opportunity to talk about fishing, our common ground. You have a lot of fish? In a throwback to colonial times, most people here speak a version of Creole called Tok Pisin, and some speak a little English.
Yes. Yeah. So all spear these fish. So okay. So you're going down very deep, or someone's going down. Is this you? You?
It's the man.
So you go like 30, 40 meters?
Yeah.
So like 100 feet? More than 100 feet, wow.
He shows me a homemade spear gun that uses inner tubes from old tyres to launch the spear.
Okay. It looks very powerful, and it goes very quickly. 1 minute it's there, the next moment it's in the fish.
Looking at the fish he's caught, it's clear that beneath the surface, it's an arms race. The fish are bristling with weaponry. He's just telling me you've got to be very careful. On the tail, there is a spine which is actually pointing forwards. So I'm glad they pointed it out to me, because I could have hurt myself. These fish can all inflict some injury, but I'm told none of them get big enough to be a serious threat to humans. The locals soon warm to a fellow fisherman, and I turn the conversation towards the attacks. Any big fish here that bite people that you hear about? They tell me that because of the recent incidents, everybody is now wary in the water. Nobody on this island has been attacked. But they know about a spear fisherman who encountered a large, toothy fish he'd never seen before. And they think it could be the culprit.
Yes, but actually, I remember one man named George.
They tell me this man's name is George, and he lives, I believe it's the island right on the horizon there. So I need to go and try and get some more details from him.
As a spear fisherman, George will know these waters well, so he could be a valuable first witness in my investigation.
These people encounter fish on a daily basis, and because being actually under the water and spearfishing is such a big part of that, their familiarity with those fish and their behaviour possibly surpasses that of fishermen anywhere else in the world. So for an experienced spear fisherman to see something that he can't identify, if that's true, that is hugely significant.
On the way to George's Island, I spot a lot of activity, a sign that fish are feeding. It's a chance to get my line in the water and catch potential suspects. I'm hoping that pulling a bright lure behind the boat will call out to anything predatory nearby.
This diving vein here, that will send it down deep. I'm expecting this to work fairly close to the bottom in this coastal bit of water here. There's also a little bit of a rattle there. So this is actually working on different channels. It's sending out visual cues, but also there's vibration in the water. Floating down, floating, 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 and then down it goes. I mean, that's good. That shows the lure is working well. That nice bounce of the rod tip there. The chances are a fish might first pick up not on the visual flash of the lure, it might first actually feel that vibration, head towards it, then it'll move in for the strike.
It's not long before something takes my lure.
Yep. It's interesting. This is sort of heavy, but it's not really running. It's coming in. Just a flash. There it is. There it is. There it is. It's going down again.
It's a golden snapper, and it's pretty well armed.
This is a very spiky fish. What a beautiful fish. What a lovely coloration. Big eyes. Suggests a sight predator. Big mouth. Well, that just confirms that it's a hunter. It is a predator. Teeth in there. They're not very big teeth, but that's basically if it grabs something, whatever it is, it's not going to get away.
It's a fearsome predator, but they only grow to a couple of feet, and their teeth are too small to inflict the life-threatening puncture wounds I'm investigating. Back on the trail of witnesses, I arrive at the island where George lives. And I'm greeted by an inquisitive crowd. George isn't amongst them, so I head into the village where there are carvings everywhere, including what appear to be ritualistic totems.
Lots of fish carvings, which you'd sort of expect. I mean, the people live right on the water. Here is very, very rich in art, in representation. Some of these things are clearly imaginary or mythical, and there's some real creatures here as well.
It's a rogues gallery, with mugshots of all the well-known lethal predators in the area. But I'm looking for something underwater and unknown, and I'm hoping George the spearfisherman can help. He tells me he was out fishing on a nearby reef. At first, there wasn't much around. But then he spotted a school of fish and dived down after them. He didn't notice a large, mysterious fish coming straight for him until it was inches from his face.
This was a dark-coloured fish, not excessively long. He says, a pretty long fish, but the main thing about it, very deep-bodied, a big head with what looked like big teeth. Was this the first time you'd seen this fish?
Yeah, I'm straight. First time I'm looking at fish here.
In over 30 years of spearfishing in these waters, George had never seen a fish like this before. So it's a suspect I have to take seriously. John and I have headed out to the reef where George's encounter happened in the hope of catching the fish that went after him. My tactic is to simply drop a piece of bait down onto the coral below to tempt whatever is down there. Just beyond the drop-off, the depth plummets from a few feet to a few hundred.
That's fish. Oops. This is what they call a coral trout. Beautiful coloration, bright orange, some purple in there as well. Quite a spiky dorsal fin there, and very predatory. Big mouth, lots of teeth, very toothy, but very much in miniature. They do go bigger than this. That coloration is just so vivid and so unmistakable. There's no way that this is the mystery fish I'm looking for.
I decide to switch up my tactics. Instead of fishing a single spot, I start trolling, allowing me to cover much more of the reef.
Oh, and ahead. You know, fish are on the hunt. They're definitely on the hunt. The birds are coming down to grab any confused, injured bait fish. Yeah, it's really kicking off here now.
And this activity is a sign unseen predators are on the hunt.
Oh, yeah. Looked or something, but that's really going. This is a powerful fish. Oh, I can see colour. Here we go. Getting it slowly nearer to the surface. We're going to see the fish.
It's a giant trevally.
Big eye, that goes with being a sight predator, hunting down prey by sight.
As I discovered in Fiji, giant trevally can be lethal, using their head as a battering ram. But I'm looking for an aggressive biter.
They got teeth. There's a couple of canines in the middle of the lower jaw. You know, that could inflict some damage.
But not the life-threatening wounds I'm investigating. And there's another thing. An experienced fisherman like George would recognise it.
These are very familiar fish. If somebody saw a giant trevally, they'd know it was a giant trevally. So we're talking about something else.
Back on the trail of the mystery assailant, my boatman John and I carry on trolling to see what other big predators can be enticed from the depths.
Every now and again, this gives a real hit on the rod. Right, it's in quite close now. I can see that's quite a long fish. What's that? That's barracuda. Okay, here we go.
This fish has the hardware to cause some serious injury.
Those teeth are almost like daggers. The mouth doesn't really even need to close. It just swims at speed with its mouth open and leaves a long cut.
The teeth are so sharp that in Florida, just a glancing blow was enough to slice a man's arm to the bone. Although dangerous, this fish doesn't make my suspect list either.
And the shape and everything's all wrong for a start, but everybody knows what a barracuda is around here.
The spear fisherman described a dark, full-bodied creature with a big head, so definitely not this fish.
Well, I'm starting to rack up the species, and certainly lots of predators here, but nothing so far that's at all out of the ordinary.
At the moment, there's no firm link between the fish that went after George and what's responsible for the more serious incidents I'm here to investigate. To get closer to that culprit, I need to find more witnesses. But that's easier said than done. These communities are spread along miles of coast and over dozens of small islands, and communications are limited. But in one village, I'm told about a man named Andrew, who some years ago was bitten by something unknown.
Can you tell me what happened?
Des la pisia. Mi boklo bisi lo net. Mi tromo net na mi net stop.
Andrew tells me how he and a friend went fishing one day, wading into chest-deep water on the reef. They were using a long gill net to make a circular trap.
So what happened to Andrew was he's deployed the net, he's gathering it in, and there's something in there which is big. And because it's enclosed, it's wanting to escape, and what happened is it bit his leg.
The assailant left a bloody puncture wound in Andrew's calf. It then escaped, but not before he got a good look at it.
Usum net one time fish stop na. Narpla pisi mi by team mi run away peni.
Is this big fish?
Very big fish.
How big is
About this big.
blackfish?
Blackfish. Me no looking fish and me come.
It's a strikingly similar description to the mystery fish that went for George the spear fisherman.
This one?
But there's more. This time it left behind physical evidence.
Yeah.
A scar on Andrew's leg.
One hole?
One hole.
One tooth?
One hole.
So sharp tooth. The scar is interesting because he said this is a fish with big teeth. They're sort of pointed teeth, and it made one hole in his leg. On the basis of what I've just heard, it's sounding very likely that the mystery fish on the reef and this fish that bit Andrew, they could be one and the same. And the other thing that was very interesting was the scar in his leg. A single hole, it's very characteristic, but at the same time, I've got no idea at the moment what that could be.
As there was only one mark on Andrew's leg, it's clear that the culprit's teeth are quite far apart. So this is the dental profile I need to be looking for. Andrew has told me where he was attacked, and I've waded out to the scene of the crime. But fishing without the protection of a boat leaves me feeling vulnerable to whatever might be out here.
I'm standing on nice shallow water here, but right here it plunges away. It's dark. I can't see what's there, but anything that's there can very clearly see me. So it's a little bit more adrenaline perhaps than normal involved in this fishing. Yes! Trying to get it away from the coral.
It's a strong fish, and I'm struggling to keep my footing.
Leader in sight, leader in sight. Ah! That was 10 feet from where I'm standing when that came off. It was just round the edge of the lip of the coral here. It was something dark against a dark background, because here is light, that is all dark water there.
The stealthy attacker I'm after is a big, dark fish. So this could have been it.
So that was a sizable fish, and I just Just wish I'd seen it, at least, even if I didn't get it in, just a glimpse, but no glimpse.
Some predatory fish are seriously territorial, and it could come back for more. But although I keep casting, it doesn't fall for the same trick twice. The fish aren't biting, so I carry on up the coast in search of other attack victims. At the next village, I hear about an incident that's very similar to the ones I'm investigating, but with an interesting new detail. The attacks, which I thought were recent, may have begun decades ago. One of the witnesses is now 70 years old. Jim was just a boy when the attack took place, but every detail from that day is seared into his memory. He was with a group of family and friends at a river mouth near their village. It was a hot day, so Jim and a friend ran into the water to cool off. Just as they were about to jump off a log, Jim spotted something.
They saw a movement in the water. They saw, first of all, it was bubbles. They thought it was a crocodile. But then they saw a dark shape and they realised that it was a fish.
Thinking this large fish would make an easy meal for the family, Jim called over his older brother to spear it. His brother hit it first time, but the fish thrashed free and attacked. It sank its teeth into his brother's leg and started to drag him away. Hearing screams, the adults raced into the water.
Jim says if people hadn't come to help, he would have been pulled away.
A tug of war ensued and the fish finally let go. They were able to get Jim's brother back to shore. The assailant had left behind 2 big puncture wounds.
And it's bleeding so profusely that they're really worried that he could be in danger. He could maybe even bleed to death.
They made a makeshift tourniquet out of vines and hoped for the best. Despite his injuries, Jim's brother survived the attack. I asked Jim to draw a life-size outline of the dark fish that attacked his brother.
Okay, so it is a very simple outline, but this tells me something perhaps about the character of the shape of the fish. Bit of an arch back here, bit of a hump, flat belly, and a pretty solid-looking head there.
It's all starting to add up. The large puncture wounds sound very similar to Andrew's.
About this big,
Blackfish.
blackfish.
And Jim's description of the fish matches all the others I've heard. Size, shape, and colour. So although the attacks are 60 years apart, I believe the same type of fish is responsible. And Jim has a name for the assailant.
Mogilo.
It's not a name I recognise. Linking all these attacks is a major step forward, but I still have no idea of the perpetrator's identity. Jim's story does give me one other piece of information, though. The recent incidents were all in the ocean, but Jim's brother was attacked in the brackish waters of a river mouth. My boatman, John, knows the spot.
Estuaries can be very interesting places because this boundary between fresh and salt, it's almost like a barrier. Most saltwater species, they can't go up the river. Most river species can't continue to the sea. But you get a certain amount of mixing. You get a certain amount of mixing of the water and also a certain amount of mixing of species. So it's the kind of place where you can sometimes find a surprise.
This location could be a breakthrough because it's possible that what I'm after isn't just a marine fish.
Because I'm after a carnivore, I'm going to be using a dead fish. Quite smelly, this one. The thing is, when I put it in the water, the current is going to take out a nice trail.
Unweighted, the bait would get washed away by the current. So I'm using a big lump of dead coral to hold it on the bottom, where there's a much better chance of getting a strike. I'm tying the weight onto the main line with weak monofilament, so that when something takes the bait, it will snap off, and I won't have to haul in the rock as well.
No need to cast this, I'm just going to lower it off the back of the boat and the current will take it down some way.
I've barely set my rig when there's a bite.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yes, 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 yes. Here we go, fish on. It's here, it's this side. It's about 5 feet long. Whatever it is about 5 feet long. There it is.
An unmistakable fin breaks the surface. It's a juvenile bull shark, at home in salt water, but also comfortable in the brackish water of a river mouth.
We're going to get in the boat, have a slightly closer look at it. So, if I just lift up here, John's going to get the tail. Good to go. There it is.
We have to be careful. The shark's highly flexible cartilage skeleton allows it to bend back on itself in ways that bony fish can't.
The thing with this is, just half a second lack of concentration, you've got a hole in your arm and you... Okay. This is about the right size for the fish that bit Jim's brother, but look at the teeth.
I've seen the mark of this beast before. Normally hidden by gums, its teeth, like almost all sharks, leave behind a distinctive crescent-shaped bite. So sharks aren't on my suspect list. Their jaws just don't match the puncture wounds I'm investigating.
So interesting to see what's in these waters in the way of predators. I think it's still alive. I think it's time to put this over the side.
Although it's a biter, this one's just tried to take a chunk out of me. This isn't the Mogilu that Jim talked about.
Off it goes.
I've been invited to a gathering at the village of attack victim Andrew, the man who sports a scar from the mystery assailant. It's a celebration called a Sing Sing, where tribespeople meet to share music, dance and stories. For me, any event like this is a chance to meet potential witnesses and uncover more information. I can also bring Andrew up to speed with my investigation. I tell him that I've widened my search for his attacker to the river mouth, and it's then that he gives me a tantalizing clue.
Okay, you like him story of fish. Okay, this la fish and over long fish. Let's have a locate long. Mouse lo water. But look and stop lo this la same place.
Move where?
Yeah, only move up the river.
This is a very interesting extra piece of information. He's saying He has seen a large fish moving from the estuary up the river.
Andrew knows it wasn't a shark, but he says it was large and dark. So now I have reports of unidentified dark-coloured fish in 3 different places: ocean, estuary and upriver, and I'm wondering whether they're all the same fish. So what could it be? What is this fish that old Jim called mogilu? One thing's for sure, if I'm going to find it, I need to take this investigation somewhere I never thought I'd have to.
I think I've just seen something that's actually been staring me in the face for a while. I've checked out the reef, I've checked out the estuary, and I thought I'd run into a bit of a dead end, but after what Andrew has just told me, there is of course one other place that I just must go and investigate.
If this fish can straddle the salt and freshwater divide and go up rivers, it's part of a very select club, whose other members include not just bull sharks, but sturgeons and salmon, neither of which live here.
This is suddenly feeling a lot more like familiar territory for me, moving up into fresh water, this wonderful, wild, jungly river. And what gets me particularly excited about this place is, by all accounts, this is unexplored.
My boatman, John, tells me that the few tribes that have pushed this far into the jungle lead isolated lives and have little contact with the world beyond the forest. Visitors are rare, but he has heard of one other outsider who has been given permission to be here. Any local knowledge is a good thing, so we're on the lookout for his camp. Exploring the river upstream, we spot some signs.
How are you?
His name is Rickard, and it turns out he's a field researcher for an Australian university. As part of his studies, he's investigating what species inhabit this river system.
I use small underwater cameras, and we position them in areas where I think the fish are congregating, like the snags and like those weed beds out there.
Rickard has an amazing setup for a place so remote, and he's built up quite an archive of what's in the river.
See, every now and then we get the small fish. I've got a lot of good footage of some what I think could be new species.
The camera gives me a window on what conditions are like under the water here.
I'm instantly thinking fishing, and you're just asking to get sort of hung up on all this stuff, aren't you? I mean, there's a lot of dead wood and stuff under the water.
As we scroll through more footage, something huge comes into view.
So what is that?
That is what the locals call the mogilu.
That's the mogilu.
That's the mogilu.
This is totally unexpected. I recognise it as the Papuan black bass, a fish I've always thought of as a freshwater species. So I never considered it for the attacks in open ocean.
I thought the same, that they're freshwater fish, but in actual fact we're starting to discover now that they do move into the salt water.
That's actually really interesting, because until this point everything was not making a lot of sense, but that bit of information, I mean, suddenly everything that I've been hearing up to now just falls into place. It all starts to make sense.
Yep.
Rickard captured the images of black bass an hour upstream from his camp. So that's where John and I are heading. The Papuan black bass is renowned for its power and aggression. I've never caught one, so I'm excited by the prospect of going up against this jungle river gladiator. And by catching one, I'll be able to see for myself whether it has the hardware capable of causing the attack wounds I'm investigating.
Yes, there we go. To get them onto my line, I'm using a lure called a popper. It creates a disturbance on the surface that mimics something injured and vulnerable. Key to this working is to cast it with pinpoint accuracy. If you're overconfident, you just hook up on the bank, you've lost the chance of anything that might be there. And if you're overcautious, you're too far away from it, and the fish doesn't have the security of the snag. It's not so likely to come out and grab it. Like with any sport, I have to get my eye in first. That's starting to get there. Yeah, I used to play a lot of basketball when I was in my teens, and it gets to the point where you're not really thinking about your technique at all, and that's the sort of the situation I'm trying to get at here, where you just sort of look at that spot there, and it goes there. That's perfect. After hours of casting with little success, I move upriver and come across a small settlement. The tribes living in the jungle own all of the rivers, and to fish here, I must have their permission. In Papua New Guinea, it's customary for visitors to present a gift when they enter a tribe's territory, so I give them some of our rice. I'm possibly the first Westerner they've ever seen, but once John has explained my mission, they're happy to grant me permission to fish. So it's okay for me to fish here? It's not a problem for you? Before I head off, the villagers recount their own experiences with the black bass, or mogilu. Okay, so you catch the little ones, you catch and eat them, but the big one?
Big one, no.
Always break. They say that they do fish for mogilu. The big ones, they say, break the line. And if it weren't to break the line, apparently if a big one gets close, it could go for it. Oh, thank you. That's great. One man has told me that the best place to find them is a bit further upstream. And I've actually anchored here for a reason. I'm starting to get worried about the state of the water. It's colouring up. It's not been raining here, but I think it's probably raining upstream. There's a lot of debris on the top of the surface, and it's just clouding. And the thing about black bass is they're sight feeders. If I'm putting a lure through the water, if it clouds up too much, they're just not going to be able to see it, and that's probably why things have been very slow so far. But here, this is a confluence, and it's a bit like a miniature version of the famous meeting of the waters in the Amazon. You've got the cloudy water with the dark sort of tea or coffee stained water coming in. And so you get this very clear boundary between the two, and then for a long way downstream you've got an area of mixing, and it's a classic place for predators to hang out, particularly in the cloudy water and pouncing out into the clear water to grab unsuspecting prey fish. My game plan for getting a black bass is to cast to where the clear and cloudy waters meet, then work my lure along the boundary. Something goes for it, almost straight away. Yes, that's a good sized fish. That's a good fish, Off! And it's off. But it's left something behind. I've got some tooth marks. I've got 1, 2, 3. They're quite widely spaced, pointed teeth by the look of it. And one here has actually gone in quite a long way, which makes me think of that scar on Andrew's leg. That single hole. And here we've got something that's made quite a deep hole in, it's actually hard plastic. Only something with a big bite force could have created a mark like that. Something that would easily tear through human flesh.
Yes!
It's not long before I get another strike. The fish are definitely on the feed. This one is firmly hooked, but I've still got a fight on my hands.
There's all sorts of snags down there which I've been hanging up on, so I'm keeping the rod up. I'm trying to get it to the surface. See the leader? Just saw a flash. There it is. There it is.
This is the first Papuan black bass I've caught.
Well, I actually thought this was a significantly bigger fish. It does say a lot for the power of these.
This is a good start, but one this size couldn't be responsible for the attacks I'm investigating. I need to catch a big one, and they get much bigger than this.
It's encouraging. I'm feeling that I'm starting to get the measure of these.
I'm clearly in the right place, but time looks like it might be against me.
That doesn't sound good.
Black bass are sight predators, and the muddy runoff from the banks means they won't be able to see my lure. Carrying on in this is futile. The river has transformed overnight, with whole trees being washed downstream, and the water has completely clouded up. This has happened very, very quickly. The thing is, for this to get back to normal is going to take several days. That's if it doesn't rain again. If it does rain again, it's going to stay like this. It's going to possibly even get worse. My only realistic option of catching a black bass now is to head back downstream to the river mouth. Swapping the confined space of a river for a bigger expanse of water would normally make catching one even more of a lottery. But as the river widens, it slows, the sediment starts to settle, and the water mixes with the ocean, making it clearer. Better conditions for sight predators like black bass.
This looks like quite a nice spot here. There's the main current flowing down to the estuary just there. But there's a little slack there. I think we can tuck in there. We can be in a little bit of shade, which is always nice.
I'm going to use a different tactic. I'm ditching the lures and going with bait. And I'll cast out to the edge of the deep channel. This could be my final chance to do battle with a big black bass.
Oh, here we go. There's something on there. Just go out this way a bit, yes, that's a fish. Motoring over to where the fish is at the moment. It looks like it's well clear of the bank, but the problem is there could well be sunken snags down here. Shortening the line, shortening the line, shortening the line. Yeah, just keep coming this way into this clear bit. It's a big fish. Yeah, can maybe stop the motor, stop. Yeah, this is good, this is good. Here we go. And, oh, there's the leader, there's the leader. I can see it now. It's on the surface. There it is. It's a big bass. Net in the water. And left. Yes. Wow. Yeah. Well, this is a big New Guinea black bass.
This battle-scarred specimen is large, but they can grow to twice this weight.
I think all the pieces finally fall into place. It has the coloration that matches
George's story of that mystery fish on the reef. It has the teeth that could have inflicted that bite wound that I saw on Andrew. And having felt this on the end of a line, no doubt about it, the power. If this thing grabbed hold of your leg and started pulling, I think you'd go with it. You'd go under the water. This is the fish that I'm looking for. This is the fish behind those stories.
When I set out to investigate these attacks, I thought I was searching for a saltwater predator. Turns out, I was only half right. These attacks are part of growing evidence that black bass are able to straddle the worlds of both fresh and salt water. It's an amazing adaptation that scientists are only starting to understand. Over the years, I've come across all sorts of attacks on humans in fresh and salt water. Victims lacerated by sharp-toothed monsters like sharks, piranhas, and barracudas. Corpses crushed, suffocated, and drowned by anacondas and crocodiles. Casualties slashed open by serrated sawfish. But this is something very different. A report from Indonesia has really caught my attention. Just a few months ago, a woman on vacation was snorkeling on a coral reef when she was stabbed and killed by an unseen assailant. And the more I look into this case, the more I uncover. Similar incidents have occurred elsewhere in Southeast Asia. Aquatic attacks by a mystery creature. Each time the victim is impaled, left with a deep stab wound, and the end result is serious injury, paralysis, or death. This new case could be my opportunity to identify and find a killer that's stalking the reefs of an entire region. It happened off the coast of Sulawesi, one of the largest of Indonesia's 17,000 islands. This corner of the globe is new to me. I make a 7,500-mile journey into the heart of equatorial Asia. It would be easy to be taken in by the beauty, but I'm here to find a killer. My destination is Donggala, a fishing community on the northwest coast that in season attracts divers and tourists, drawn to its beaches and pristine reef. Today, the dusty streets are eerily silent.
This place really is the archetypal tourist paradise. You've got sunshine all year round, beautiful sandy beach, palm trees, and out there is a coral reef just crying out to be snorkeled. But a sinister shadow is lying over this scene, and there's a very good chance that the killer is still out there.
A killer in the coral is bad for business, and for some of the beach merchants, it would be best forgotten. My persistence eventually gets me directed to Abu Bakar, who was snorkeling here on the day the most recent victim was attacked.
Can you start by telling me what exactly you saw?
Oh, pada saat itu, kejadian itu sore.
He tells me it was the New Year holiday. The beach was packed with people enjoying the warm waters. All of a sudden, he heard screaming and shouting. A young woman snorkeler had been attacked.
So you were on the beach, and people are saying it's some kind of fish, but they don't know what kind.
Iya, memang benar.
He directs me towards Aisha, who rented a snorkel and mask to the victim.
Saya di sana.
So you heard some kind of shout, some kind of noise. And you actually went to see what had happened, to see if you could help?
Iya.
What did people imagine had happened, or what did they see?
Keadaannya sudah.
She recalls seeing blood running from the woman's head.
Keluar.
Bu, kenapa bu? Sakit.
The victim was carried from the beach and rushed to hospital. Now, your head is a pretty solid structure. It has to be. The main purpose of the skull is to protect the brain, so most of this is thick bone. There are a few weak points, principally the eye sockets, but the victim would have been wearing one of these, and I know that because I spoke to the woman who hired it to her. So her eyes would have been protected. The thing is, to penetrate this or this, you're going to need serious force, serious momentum, something seriously sharp. All of which suggests that the perpetrator was a large, powerful fish. No one I spoke to saw the attacker. I have no idea what potential killers could live in these waters, so close to swimmers.
If I just arrived at this place without knowing very much about what happened here, I'd be quite looking forward to getting in and having a snorkel around on top of the coral, but I have to say that I'm not totally relaxed about getting in the water.
Right now, I'm as vulnerable as the woman who was killed. I'm not seeing anything over a few inches long, and none of these fish has the teeth or other weaponry to smash a hole in someone's head.
There's certainly lots of fish out there, but basically just small, colourful aquarium fish, really. Exactly what you'd expect to see on a tropical coral reef. So, you know, first impressions of this place are, it's a benign environment.
I've drawn a blank underwater, so I decide to head to the port and speak to the people who know these waters best, the local fishermen. They tell me this is not the only attack that's happened in the area. I'm sent to see an old fisherman known as Papa Chuchu.
Everybody here tells me you were attacked. Can you tell me how did that happen?
Jam 7 sampai jam 10. Naik sudah istirahat di kapal.
He was out in a small boat called a sampan, fishing off the reef with just a hand line. Papa Chuchu was pulling up tuna, when all of a sudden, his boat was struck from beneath by a big marlin.
So you're fishing for tuna, and this marlin just came from nowhere.
The force of the marlin smashed the sampan in half, and worse. As he hit the water, Papa Chuchu realized that he'd been impaled by the fish's spear-like bill. He had to wrench it out of his buttock before other fishermen could haul him to safety.
Do you still have a scar? Do you still have a mark? Oh, in here? In there? And out here? Right. You're obviously very unlucky to be hit by it, but you're lucky to survive.
I know a bit about marlin. I've caught a striped marlin before in Mexico, and they can weigh over 400 pounds. Other species can grow to around 4 times that size. Swimming at speeds of up to 50 miles an hour, they are one of the fastest fish in the ocean. With their sword-like bill, they could easily prove deadly in contact with a human.
Well, there are definitely marlin in these waters here, as Papa Chuchu knows only too well. And what makes them potentially so dangerous is this. You've got this hard, elongated, pointed bill, and behind that you've got a lot of mass. I mean, some species you're talking up to over 1,000 pounds. So you can have an awful lot of energy concentrated on a fairly small point. And in that situation, if you happen to get in the way of that, that can end very badly.
But marlin are predominantly an open water fish. Could they really be a threat to swimmers on a beach? I've heard that one type of marlin can frequent shallow water, but are they here? To find out, I enlist the help of a renowned game fisherman, Mr. Hyong.
This is all marlin.
He catches prize-winning marlin on nothing but a hand line and relishes the challenge of this kind of fishing, hand-to-hand combat that takes the rod out of the equation.
I've fished marlin before, but that's with rod and reel. What we're doing here is no rods. It's basically a hand line. We've got outriggers to keep the line spread, and we'll have the lures skipping behind the boat. What's going to be interesting is actually getting a fish in on that and a pair of gloves.
A hand line transmits a fish's strength in the most direct way possible. There'll be just a thin line between me and a very powerful running fish.
If something takes, one of the crucial moments is actually setting the hook. What will happen, that will snap tight, we'll gun the throttle for a few moments, and I'll basically hang on. Now, the risk is, of course, I don't want to be pulled in, so I've got to wrap around my hand, which sounds a bit reckless, but if the worst comes to the worst, I open my hand and that comes off. What I don't want, if I've got it done the wrong way, like that, I open my hand and actually, no, that just tightens on my hand and I may be getting pulled in because this line is, well, basically it's not going to break. The other thing is that there's line on the floor. Keep my feet well clear of that. Don't get my feet in any of these loops here. So, ready. Just a case of well, waiting, but also watching, because it's possible we might see something in the moments before one of the lures is taken.
Marlin hit their prey on the move, so we keep the boat at a fast, steady speed. For several hours, there's nothing. In this heat, concentration becomes a challenge. But then...
Oh, that was a hit. Yes! Go! No, it's off, it's off. It's off, it's off, it's off, it's off, it's off, look. Yeah, that was the fish, that was the fish, that was a big fish. I don't know what went wrong there, if we didn't accelerate quick enough or what.
When I pull the line in, I see the lure has gone. Most likely the knot securing it failed.
In theory, that's unbreakable. I felt that around my hand. We accelerated, basically did everything right, but that shouldn't have happened. It's just jumped out there. Look at it, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes, there it goes. So that is that's an equipment failure, I think that comes under.
Coming so close is frustrating, but at least I know that marlin are here. Now I need to know which species, so I get a line back in the water, and eventually we get another chance. We gun the throttle to set the hook. There's just a thin handline and a pair of gloves between me and this monster fish. Once I'm sure the fish is hooked, we stop the engines.
It's going down, I think. We've seen this fish out of the water. It's a sizable fish. It's a couple of 100 pounds, I'd say, easily.
This powerful fish is making me question my decision to shun rod and reel. Hauling it in is back-breaking work, and the line is starting to cut through my gloves.
Getting in about a yard of line every two-handed pull. I've not been counting, but I'm guessing this took a good 200 yards or so off. I had to let the fish run to avoid snapping the line. But now I have to expend energy to pull all this line back in. The sun is hot and my arm and back muscles are burning. Of course, you can't be in a situation like this and not think of that famous book by Ernest Hemingway, The Old Man and the Sea. That was all about a guy on his own in a boat pulling up a huge marlin by hand. With a reel, you've got machinery doing the job for you. With your hands, you've just got to grip the line. And the way to do that is to put a bit of an angle in the line, but it's slipping occasionally because it's wet line as well. I've almost got the marlin to the boat, but this is no time to relax. Many fish can be unpredictable to the last, surprising you with a final burst of energy. It's just come off. It's just come off. I can't quite believe it. At the very last moment of an epic hour-long battle, the fish has managed to spit the hook. In the book, The Old Man and the Sea, the old man loses his fish. But he loses it after he's caught it. He gets it in. He gets the boat back to port. But on the way back, it's eaten by sharks. And I don't know what's more sad in a way to... I don't know, that fish is still alive, the one that we had on. We did see it, we saw it. But all is not lost, because I got an ID. It looked like a black marlin. The thing with marlin, you do often see them before you get them in, and I saw that thing completely propel itself out of the water 8 or 9 foot long. And if I'm still in any doubt, can these things be dangerous, potentially harmful to people? Well, seeing that thing move at speed, absolutely. Unlike many open water predators, black marlin are known to come close to shore to feed. So I have a suspect, but I also have some doubts. Back on dry land, I return to the scene of the crime. This time, I come across dive instructor Nazroon. Were you here on the day when the woman is injured in the beach here?
I was here, but I was inside there.
Where do they bring her out?
Just behind a restaurant here.
Yeah.
The water's it's here.
So this
yeah.
You ever seen marlin here?
Yeah, but it's a little bit far away from the beach.
But this close, no?
Yeah, no.
So do you think there's any possibility that marlin could cause this?
No. The first is too shallow.
Yes.
And the second is the marlin is too big.
So if it was a marlin, the injury would be much bigger.
Yeah, it must be the head is more. Yeah.
The marlin may have the weaponry, but I can't place it at the scene of the crime. So he's absolutely adamant that it wasn't a marlin. He's never seen a marlin anywhere near this beach. The other thing he said is, even a small marlin is going to cause much more visible damage if it hits you in the head. So that means I'm looking for something else. There's something out there in the shallows as dangerous as a marlin, and I need to find it. With no clear suspects, I head to the hospital where the victim was treated. I know that the woman was still alive when she was brought to this hospital here, and I know that she had some kind of injury to the head, but other than that, at the moment, I don't really know anything else. Perhaps the nature of her injuries will bring me closer to identifying the killer.
I managed to track down the nurse who treated her. Lily Nosanti has agreed to talk to me about the wounds that she treated.
Can you describe the condition of the patient to me when you first saw her?
She tells me the woman had a bandage over her eye when she was first brought in, and that the stab wound underneath went directly through her eyeball. This is new information, but something doesn't add up. How could her eye have been penetrated if she was wearing a snorkeling mask?
But if she is injured in the eye, I would expect pieces of plastic also to cause injuries.
What the nurse now tells me could be a key detail. Just moments before the attack, the woman's husband had called out to her, beckoning her back to the beach. She lifted her head above the water to respond, and in doing so, removed her mask, exposing her eyes.
That actually really opens things up a lot. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was a large, powerful animal that can fracture the skull that I'm looking for. It could well be something considerably smaller.
I may not be looking for a marlin-sized fish after all. The nurse tells me that the physician who treated the woman is here too. So I ask Dr. Andi Fasihi about his initial assessment of the patient.
So you say it was just this small wound in the right eye. So there were no other wounds anywhere else? There were no bite marks, for example?
No, absolutely not.
The fact that it did turn out to be fatal, did you have any idea why, what could have caused it?
The first possibility is maybe penetrated the brain, and the second possibility is maybe from the toxin.
Right, okay, so it could have just been mechanical damage, but going deeper than just the eye socket, or you say possibly some toxin. Okay.
There was no autopsy, so an exact cause of death was not established. But I know of one venomous possibility that lives in these waters. The stingray. Stingrays are found in both fresh and salt water, and are known to bury themselves in sand as camouflage. This makes them a potential menace underfoot on beaches like the one where the attack took place. But they can also attack while swimming, striking with lightning blows if they feel threatened. And swimmers have fallen victim, including, most famously, the TV naturalist Steve Irwin in 2006. Speaking with another resident, Mr. Aching, I soon confirmed that stingrays are indeed a problem on this beach. He recalls a painful memory from when he was a child, playing in the shallows.
Yeah, he was saying when he was little, he was running around on this beach, fairly shallow water, and he was injured, and what it was, in fact, was a stingray. He trod on it. This is classic stingray injury, and of course the stingray took exception to that and stabbed his leg. He said very, very painful. He's crying, screaming, but that's one of the occupational hazards of being a child here, growing up near the sea.
Given what I now know about the victim's wounds, I'd like a closer look at the kind of stingray found in these waters. And a discarded catch, given to me by a fisherman, presents that opportunity.
They don't really eat stingray here, but they do catch them occasionally. And someone's caught this, bit of line still coming out the mouth here. I'm still going to be a little bit careful with this, even though it's dead, because that is still, that spine is still sharp and pointed, and the venom is still going to be active. A lot of stingrays are actually quite drab-coloured, but some are pretty bright, and this one, really pretty, this bright blue all over it. In body plan, it's pretty much generic stingray. It's this flattened disc with the tail behind it, big eyes here, and these holes behind the eyes are That's where it takes in the water to pass over the gills. If it did what normal fish do, which is take the water in through the mouth, because it's flat to the bottom, it's just going to get a mouthful and therefore, gills full of sand and mud and all sorts of rubbish. So clean water comes in here, passes over the gills, and then passes out the gill slits here. This is the mouth. There are teeth, but they're very small. Not sharp teeth, but quite powerful. Jaws with sort of crushing pads. As for the actual spine, though, there's actually two. There's one long one and one short one. The main spine there, that is about, it's a good 2 inches long. So in terms of that injury to the snorkeler, I mean, the first thing to say is that with stingrays, normally the injury is to the foot, to the ankle. If you're really unlucky, to the abdomen. For one to strike you in the face, not impossible, but I think that would be very, very unlikely. But in terms of the actual nature and shape of the weapon, I think we are looking at something very, very similar to that.
If it was one of these spines that stabbed the woman through the eye, then venom could have been the cause of death. So is the stingray the killer I'm looking for? To further this line of inquiry, I head to Samratulangi University to track down an expert. Professor Jani Kusen is a marine biologist and an authority on aquatic stings.
I do have a picture, which is rather shocking, but if you...
I show the professor a photograph of the victim's wound that I've been asked not to broadcast.
Usually, if with venom, the coloration of the wounds is not like this. It's more purple or more greenish, or maybe more bluish. But this kind of wounds, as far as I know, not by venom part of these stingrays.
The appearance of the wound, you're saying, would probably be different. It would be more discoloured because of the venom.
Yes.
Enzymes contained in stingray venom would kill tissue cells, leading to discoloration. But this wound doesn't show that. So what could have caused it? I'm baffled by this case. The most likely culprits aren't holding up to scrutiny. But reports have reached me of similar attacks on a remote community in the waters off the main island, a place rarely visited by outsiders. Sampella is no ordinary fishing village. It's a stilted city constructed directly over the reef and completely cut off from the mainland. It's home to the Bajau people, commonly known as sea gypsies, who moved here more than 60 years ago after centuries living a hard nomadic existence in wooden boats on the open ocean. Bajau daily life still revolves around the sea. I'm told this spate of bloody attacks in their watery backyard has sent a wave of terror through the community. I meet with local fishermen to hear their stories firsthand.
I'm Jeremy. I hear you have a story about a fish that attacked you?
This man was out at night in his canoe when all of a sudden a fish leapt from the water and stabbed him in the thigh.
So this happened to you at night, malam?
This is significant. I'm talking to someone who actually saw what attacked him.
What was the fish that did this? Ikan apa?
Sorry.
Sorry fish.
It's not a name I recognize, but he tells me that it was roughly the length of his forearm.
So this kind of size.
Other fishermen show me evidence of similar attacks.
So where did they hit?
Ada bekas ini di sini.
And the second time was here. This guy's actually been hit twice, and so what originally sounded like an isolated incident, I'm just talking to people in this village, it's not an uncommon occurrence. And this was nighttime, malam?
Again and again I hear of attacks by these fish. The stabbing sounds similar to that of the snorkeler in Donggala. But she was attacked in the daytime, and these all occurred at night.
I'm picking up what feels as if it's significant information. I've got a name. They call this fish Ikan Sori. It means sorry fish. Now, I don't know what that is, but this is not a fish that bites. It's a fish that stabs, and it does that when it jumps out of the water.
They don't sound like big fish, but it appears the injuries they cause can prove fatal. Like the piranha, small can be dangerous. I meet Nuhari, whose brother Halakang was killed by one of these sorry fish.
Can you tell me exactly what happened to your brother?
He tells me his brother was out fishing one night with his cousin. Their boats were side by side, and they had just lit their lanterns when a sorry fish jumped out of the water, hitting Halakang in the ribs and knocking him into the water. His cousin pulled him out and paddled him back to the village, where they looked at the wound.
Apparently it wasn't a very big wound. It wasn't bleeding a lot, and he wasn't in a lot of pain. But about an hour after arriving in the village, he died. Did they see how big this was? Was this a big sorry fish?
He estimates that the fish was around 3 feet in length.
So certain details are different, but otherwise this very much fits a pattern. It was night time, and this fish jumped out of the water and it inflicted a stab wound. One other difference in this case, this time it was fatal.
One other thing strikes me. All of these attacks occurred after the fishermen had lit their lanterns. I've come across nighttime collisions with jumping fish before. In Nicaragua, tarpon jump when they're spooked by light. Other predators attack baitfish drawn in by the light. So, is light the trigger in Sampella?
I really need to see what this fish is, this sorry fish, and what I've done, I've arranged to meet a couple of fishermen tonight. Obviously, I'm very anxious not to end up in the firing line myself, and normally, if there's a killer in the water, I feel fairly safe when I'm in a boat, but this is one occasion when, potentially, I'm not going to be.
We paddle out into the dark ocean in the Bajao's handmade wooden canoes. These little boats offer minimal protection from the elements or from anything leaping out of the water.
I'm hoping this isn't going to make me a target.
As I pan my flashlight across the surface, I'm hoping to provoke a response from whatever is out there.
Oh, there. Yeah, I'm seeing stuff in the distance. There are small fish jumping out of the water when the light hits.
Fish are reacting to the light, but they're heading away, not towards me.
That's like a sort of a panic reaction. I think when fish are alarmed, they just take off, and sometimes that takes them out of the water.
But then I see something bigger.
Something there. There was something there. It jumped. There was an arc, and it was about 6 foot between where it came out of the water and where it went back in.
It was a long, slender, leaping fish, and it fits the description of the sorry fish. held responsible for the deadly attacks here. I need a closer look. Nearby, some Bajau fishermen are paying out a long gill net. When the circle is closed, they will spook the fish into it. So that's the net paid out. It's gone out and formed a circle. And up to this point, we've been in stealth mode. But now, this is the moment apparently when they start making a bit of noise, banging the side of the boat, and crucially also lighting the lanterns. And this is when fish could start jumping. Normally fish jumping, unless they're very big, is not a problem. But here, from what I've been hearing, there is this other fish, this sorry fish, which it's not an enormous fish, but being hit by one of those, flying through the air, can be fatal. So this is a moment of mixed emotions, curiosity to see what we get inside the net, but a certain amount of trepidation as well. We've got something in the net here. It's not a fish, but this could be even more dangerous. It's a sea snake. It's very characteristic. It's a banded crate. This is one of the most venomous snakes there is. And it's about a foot behind me, and I'm in a boat that is just so tippy. I'm feeling distinctly uncomfortable. He's tearing the mesh of the net. I think he's going to try and extract it. I'm looking for one potential killer that launches itself into the air, so I'm a bit nervous about anything coming out of the water. Also, falling in the water at any stage is something you really want to avoid. Having seen what's, one of the things that's in the water, I must say I'm liking this particular situation less and less. That's enough close calls for one night. But I got my first sighting of the fish that appears to be responsible for the deaths and injuries here. And it could be the culprit in the case of the stabbed snorkeler. But I'm left with one nagging question. How does a fish reacting to lantern light at night connect to an attack that happened in broad daylight? Back on the main island, there's been a development. Word has gotten out to the family of the snorkeling victim, and they've invited me to join them at a local restaurant. Lena Hermawan was 39, and the mother of 2 young boys. Her husband Benny and his cousin Thurley were both at the beach the day Lena was attacked.
I've been walking about 20 meters when I heard people screaming at my back. I turned around and saw my wife being carried by a man.
Terus tiba-tiba sementara berenang begitu.
Thurley tells me she was actually in the water with Lena when the tragedy happened. After several hours snorkeling together, they were finally heading back towards the shore. Suddenly, 2 fish leapt clear of the water. One narrowly missed the women. The other struck Lena in the face.
The fish got through the eye. It's blood everywhere. Everywhere is blood. Many blood.
Then Benny shows me an item from the scene that he thinks might interest me. Lena's necklace and earrings.
So she was wearing this
Yes.
at the time?
This is potentially a vital clue. The missing link between night and day. As sunlight sparkled off this jewellery, did it provoke a reaction from the fish, just as my flashlight did? I remember a story in Botswana where a tigerfish was attracted by the shiny crucifix around a man's neck. It's possible the fish that impaled Lena was reacting in the same way. mistaking flashes of light from her jewellery for potential prey. If you're a predator, you strike first and ask questions later. Whatever the case, Lena was extremely unlucky. According to her husband, the attack happened at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Reef fish can be habitual feeders, so I'm returning to the beach at the same time of day to see if I can find this coral killer.
Instead of actually fishing in the conventional way, I'm thinking of doing a different kind of hunting.
I've seen the sorry fish that the sea gypsies hold responsible for the attacks in Sampella, and I think it could be the culprit here too. To prove that, I first have to place it at the scene of the crime and get a positive ID. At first, all I see are the same innocent-looking fish I witnessed on my previous dive. But then, something else flashes into view. My underwater camera captures a streamlined fish with a dagger-like snout and a mouth full of teeth. This looks like the fish I saw out on the Sampella Reef, the fish the sea gypsies call sorry. In the daylight, I can see that it's what I know as a needlefish. And it's clearly at home here, on the reef where the snorkeler was struck. The predatory needlefish can grow to 5 feet long, and those elongated jaws hold as many as 200 teeth. When closed, its jaws form a rigid and sharp point, like the end of a dagger.
There's actually lots of fish species that are known to jump out of the water at certain times. What's not so well known is why they actually do this. There's one theory which says some of the time this might be to get rid of parasites on the skin or in the gills. Fish don't have hands, they can't pick them off, so if they come out of the surface and then whack down on their flank, this might clear some of those parasites off. More often, though, it tends to be when fish are alarmed. They perceive some kind of threat which they assume is under the water, so if they come up into the air, they're maybe avoiding that threat. In the case of needlefish, there they are. Imagine them at night time. Suddenly a light falls on the surface and they respond by accelerating but coming out of the water. But the thing with needlefish, particularly when they're hunting, this jumping behaviour can be pretty unpredictable. So it's all very well saying keep out of their way, but in practice, that's not so easy because very often you don't know they're going to jump until after they've actually jumped.
It's easy to imagine the damage this fish could do, travelling at its top speed of 40 miles an hour. But the only way to know for certain if that jaw could pierce a woman's eye socket is to get my hands on one. But there's no way I'll capture this speed demon underwater. The bony-jawed needlefish is also tough to hook.
It is, it's a fish. Here we go. That's off. I think in a way I might have been lucky just to keep it on that long. The trouble is they got very bony jaws. That didn't stay on.
With fishing time running out, I decide to switch things up. I change boats, getting myself lower to the water, and employ a little island ingenuity.
What the locals do for this fish is they use this. It's just a piece of rope that's been unpicked. Something like a needlefish, lots of small teeth, comes along, chomps onto that, and those teeth just get tangled up in all those strands.
Eventually, something strikes.
Okay, stop. There's one on here. Taking it very, very gently.
It's secured only by a tangle of fibres, so bringing this fish in is a delicate operation.
I'm relying purely on tangle, not on hook hold. This is a completely different way of playing a fish. Just keeping enough tension. That's a needlefish.
I can finally take a good look at this fish's lethal business end.
Well, I've seen these in the water, but to see this close up is really something very different.
Holding this needlefish with its large, light-sensitive eyes, it's easy to imagine how it could have been drawn to Lena's jewellery and startled by the Sampella fishermen's lanterns. But I can't take my eyes off that long, sharp jaw.
If you're a small fish, then the weapons you have to worry about are those needle-sharp teeth. But if you're a person, like the snorkeler, in the water, then it's not so much those teeth, it's the whole snout that becomes the weapon. And you just have a very, very small point on the end. And even something that size moving at speed through the water, that is almost like a dagger. And there are numerous places in the body where if that went in just a couple of inches, that could be fatal.
For me, this case is finally closed. The end of one of my most unusual investigations. From a remote lake in Malaysia, Southeast Asia, comes a disturbing report of a double tragedy. The sun is out and the water is calm. But something isn't right. When the empty boat is eventually spotted, no one can find any sign of its missing owner. A dive team is called in, fully equipped to scour the depths. Within hours, though, one of the search party has also vanished. It takes another day to locate both victims. In each case, the simple explanation is accidental drowning. But this is where things get interesting. Almost immediately, people start blaming the two deaths on a creature that lives in the lake. Previous strange sightings of something that produces bubbles at the surface suggest to some at least that what happened was no accident. Even more surprising, though, is the proposed identity of the killer. Arapaima are not native to Malaysia. They're a predatory fish from South America. Yet according to this report, one of them could have ended up in the lake after it was released as an unwanted pet many years ago. The idea of a deadly arapaima is certainly intriguing. I know from painful experience that this fish can blast out of the water like a missile. A big one could potentially knock a man out of a boat or ram a diver. On the other hand, descriptions of the supposed arapaima are pretty sketchy, ranging from dark brown to silver in colour, and anything from 4 feet to 15 feet in length. Then there's this internet photo, claiming to show the captured beast. Sitting here thousands of miles away, it's hard to judge it, but I have to say I'm sceptical. So is there really a rogue arapaima on the loose? And if so, did it have anything to do with the 2 deaths? I think there could be more to this mystery than meets the eye. So I'm heading to the scene of the tragedy. Created some 30 years ago to provide hydropower, Malaysia's Lake Kenyir is said to be deeper than Loch Ness. Entombed within it are the remains of 13 flooded villages. I often get vital clues from villagers, but out here, there doesn't appear to be a living soul.
One really odd thing about this lake is just how few people there are. Apart from a few scattered tourist attractions, it's pretty well deserted. And even these modern resorts look as if they've almost been left to the jungle. It's really quite spooky.
In their native Amazon, arapaima stick to shallow lakes and slow-moving rivers. So my immediate instinct is to check out the quiet backwaters. Just like the day when the men went missing, the lake is dead calm, and I'm itching to interrogate it the way I know best. Arapaima give themselves away when they surface to gulp air. But for several hours, there isn't so much as a ripple. Have I, perhaps, bitten off more than I can chew? With hundreds of islands and hidden coves, Kenyir is more labyrinth than lake. Searching it thoroughly could take a lifetime. But my boat driver, Arman, reckons he knows someone who might have a lead. Khairul Abu Bakar is a wildlife guide who spent 10 years recording everything that lives in and around the lake.
Elephants, black panther,
Wow. Tiger.
tiger.
Are there many tigers here?
I think so, because we found lots of footprints.
To me, I mean, who are they?
They are the Batik tribe.
They live in the forest. They don't live in the towns and the villages.
Stay in the forest, but they migrate from the one place to one place, looking for food.
I'm intrigued by these batek, but it's a big fish I need to focus on.
I'm wondering about what's under the water. Have you ever seen an arapaima?
I heard rumors about arapaima a few years ago, but I never seen it.
So all the time you spend in the water?
Just heard the story, but I never seen it. I see
What Khairul tells me next, however, completely blows open my investigation.
When I was young, we go to picnic. We saw a group of cows go to the edge of the water and get some drink. And suddenly, something big, like a crocodile, come up from the water and catch the baby cow and pull it into the water. But it's no crocodile.
You don't
no
have
crocodile.
No crocodiles
No
here?
crocodile.
So you're saying it's a fish?
It's fish. It's fish.
And it
very
pulled a
huge.
cow. It pulled a
Yeah.
cow into the water. Your whole family saw it. Do they have any? Do you have any idea what it was?
We call it tapa.
Tapa.
Tapa. It's a very big fish.
The tapa is the only fish that's ever beaten me. In India, where human limbs have been found in its stomach, it's known as the sareng. Many Hindus regard it as sacred and say you must leave it alone.
It's still there, I can feel it. Whoa. It's off, it's off, it's off.
Perhaps I should have listened.
Ah!
The more I tried to catch it, the more I seemed to be cursed.
Oh!
Right to the bitter end, I was left empty-handed.
That could be the net result of my return to India, a broken line.
Capable of growing as long as a man, the tapa is Malaysia's biggest freshwater fish. Unusually for a catfish, it's known to gulp air. And despite its size, it's surprisingly agile. After Khairul's story, I'm wondering if the tapa could be the culprit. Like the arapaima, the tapa is carnivorous. And it too can launch itself out of the water. But which, if either of these two predators, arapaima or tapa, is actually stalking this lake?
Something on here. I'm going to swing it in the boat.
I've hooked a third predator for my list.
Quite a feisty thing.
What it lacks in size, a snakehead more than makes up for with aggression.
Those teeth they're like daggers, really. They are capable of actually sawing pieces of flesh out of another fish. It's a bit like the teeth on a saw blade. If they shake the head side to side like that, they can actually rip a piece of flesh out. Very aggressive when it comes to protecting their young. They've even been known to go for people.
But despite its attitude, this fish is not one of my suspects.
Although it's called the giant snakehead, these grow to a maximum size of about 40 pounds, something like that. And at that size, there's no way that a snakehead could jump out of the water and pull somebody from a boat.
It's encouraging to have caught something, but I'm no closer to finding the alleged lake monster. Any kind of lead would be welcome. I'm hoping that whoever lives in this floating houseboat might have some information. The owner is a fisherman named Moksan, who tells me he's lived here since the lake was created.
Pergi sana 2 malam, 3 malam tak tentu macam.
You ever see anything strange in the water? People say that there's arapaima in here. You ever seen arapaima?
Waktu saya tinggal jaga dulu, saya duduk itu tengok mati sana, saya laki belum.
Like Khairul, he's heard the rumours about an arapaima, but hasn't seen it himself. He says that even though there's a large bounty on its head, no one has ever cashed in.
Tapi sampai sekarang tak tahu lah dapat lagi.
Another fish I'm interested in is the tapa. Have you ever seen or heard stories about them taking fish or animals from the surface of the water?
Saya tak berani tengok lagi. Saya tengok orang cakap, itu tapa makan.
Before the valleys here were flooded, there were apparently many tapa in the rivers. Moksan recounts stories of them grabbing dogs and wild pigs.
Itu tapa kasih makan dia anjing. Dia cakap ni macam lah. Tapi bahaya tu, itu air saja boleh naik tinggi ni macam sekali naik ni macamnya takut loh.
But it sounds like the lake could also be harbouring a very different kind of killer. And this one is no fish.
Di mana? Ini macam saja. Sekejap dia.
Wow, we were just talking about tapa attacking things on the surface, and he's just said to me, what you've got to worry about here is something else. And at first I thought he was talking about a whirlpool. Apparently it's not a whirlpool, the water isn't turning, it actually bubbles up, and it starts fairly small, but it spreads to cover an area about 40 feet across. That's actually wider than the width of this boat here, and he says you get sediment and air and all sorts coming up from the bottom.
Certain deep lakes are known to belch deadly gases.
He says it's very scary, it's very spooky. Particularly if you're on a small boat, you don't want to be anywhere near it.
Could this strange phenomenon explain the missing boatman?
One thing that's becoming clear to me is that this lake is even more mysterious than I thought it was.
Moksan's warning has put me on edge. The more I get to know this place, the more sinister it feels.
Oh man, what are all these logs? There's a lot of wood here.
This is because of the big wave. It's dangerous.
When you say it's big, how big?
You can see this rock, maybe half of this, half of that rock.
So this is one of the rivers that runs into the lake, and because of the very mountainous terrain and the fact that it rains very heavily at times, means that when it does rain, you get this wall of water coming down here. And it's not just a wall of water, it's bringing these massive logs down with it. I definitely would not want to be here when that water's coming down.
With a growing list of possible killers, I need to take stock. Drawn here by rumours of a rogue arapaima, I've now got 2 fish to consider. And more besides. But maybe, at last, I'm about to get a breakthrough. I've been contacted by a man who claims to have seen and photographed this lake phantom. All I know about him is that he's a fisherman who goes by the name of Matt Rambo.
Hello. Oh. Hello, are you Matt? Matt
Yeah,
Rambo?
yeah.
Hello, I'm Jeremy. You saw the arapaima in the lake. Can you tell me exactly how that happened?
Saya sedang memancing ikan kelah. Lepas tu saya nampak tepi tu ada macam ikan besar kan.
One evening, he was out fishing on the lake. He's in his boat, it's just him in the boat.
Serupa macam ikan naga. Saya ambil gambar.
He saw this fish about 6 foot down in the water, and the thing is, the boat was approaching it.
Boat datang tu?
Yeah.
Dia perasan boat lari.
So you surprised it. The fish is there, the boat comes, and it goes away.
Kelabu.
He says it was pale grey and about 6 feet long, which does fit with an arapaima.
Dekat ada arapaima kan?
But his story comes with a twist.
Sebab kemarin ada pakai handphone. Handphone sudah hilang.
So you had it on your phone, but since then the phone has fallen in the lake. He'd heard the stories about arapaima, so he says he's absolutely sure it was arapaima. He did get a picture on the phone. He says it wasn't that clear, but you could identify it from it. Since then, unfortunately, he's dropped the phone in the lake, so that the lake has taken back the evidence of this sighting, but he's certain that it was an arapaima.
Arapaima or not, at least I now have a possible location. And I'm curious to revisit the one photo that does exist. The photo that was posted online.
I think the key detail for me is the soil here, the colour of it. If you look at anywhere on the lake here, it's this sort of reddy orange colour, whereas here it's almost white or grey. Then there is this house in the background. That doesn't look like any of the buildings I've seen on the lake here. So, although this is a genuine picture of a big arapaima, I am pretty certain that it wasn't taken here.
If some kind of creature really is to blame for what happened, that I'm almost certain that it's not the fish everyone's been talking about.
It is possible that somewhere on this lake there is an escaped arapaima on the loose. But even if there is, do I believe that it could have knocked somebody out of a boat and rammed a diver? There are two very specific circumstances when arapaima will go for people. The first one is when you've got one cornered in a net. The second circumstance is when the arapaima are defending their nest. Now, here, nobody tries to net arapaima, and in order to have a nest, you have to have two individuals which find each other somehow and form a breeding pair. Which brings me to the biggest factor really, which is just the math. In order to fall foul of an arapaima on this huge lake, it would be an absolute 1,000,000 to 1 freak accident.
I don't think an arapaima can be the culprit. And that leaves me to focus on my second suspect. The only river monster that's ever eluded me. Tapa can certainly grow big. But do they deliberately attack people? The grisly human remains reported from their stomachs in India could just have been scavenged from the dead. Before I can accuse this fish, I'm going to need proof of intent. Prompted by stories of aggressive tapa in another part of Malaysia, I'm heading to Sarawak on the island of Borneo. Tapa also live here, not in empty backwaters, but in busy rivers where people live, work, and play. In the village of Pandan, I'm told that many parents keep their children out of the water for fear of them being snatched by one of these fish.
So this river, the big river.
A few inquiries lead me to a man named Madahi, who still remembers the day someone was attacked right in front of his house.
So this was a young boy, 3-4 years old. He was with his mother and father on a platform.
Ada masa seorang memang ada buat di atas jelatong, memang ada. Tidak banyak ikan apa lah.
Both parents are busy with their daily chores.
Memang di atas jelatong. Ada juga di rumah, tidak semua lah.
They don't let kids here bathe on their own. They're always sort of supervised to some extent.
Kami main-main ikan keluar, dia bawa macam gelembung bah.
Madahi describes bubbles at the surface.
Kita nampak dia, syuk keluar dalam itu ikan.
This is a key detail for me, since tapa are thought to control their buoyancy by gulping and then releasing air.
3% saja mandi di jelatong.
There's a splash. Something's grabbed him by the leg.
The boy could easily have vanished. But his quick-thinking father pulls him to safety.
If he hadn't done that, the child could well have disappeared. And this definitely wasn't a crocodile.
Bukan.
No. So this was a fish. This was ikan tapa.
Iya. Memang ikan tapa.
There were marks on his leg. This was a fish that they estimate would have been 60, 70 pounds in weight or something. And this happened just a couple of 100 yards down the river from here.
Madahi's account adds to other reports from along this river of a fish that attacks ducks, dogs, and even boat propellers. The tapa has cut through my line once before. Oh! It's off, it's off, it's off. And I'm determined not to let it get away a second time. But first, I want to be sure that it's bold enough to target a full-grown person.
People say that you have a story about somebody in the water.
Nia Leng, a village elder, tells me that with this fish, even adults are fair game.
Bila dia mandi itu tapah pun takap dia, takap.
In the incident he recounts, the victim is in water up to his chest.
This was actually a man bathing in the river here, completely naked.
Orang itu kena takap itu ikan tapah.
And a tapah bit him in the groin. This is a real step up. This is something more serious. With nothing to protect his skin, what happened? He actually had one testicle removed.
Hilang sebelah dia punya.
This is a very serious injury.
Though the man survived, it seems that a big tapah will go for pretty much anything. Even if it occasionally ends up with more than it can swallow. The tapah is now my prime suspect, but I know from bitter experience that catching it won't be easy. In theory, a lure that mimics a small fish should trigger a predatory response. And by towing it behind the boat, I can cover large stretches of river. But the hours slip by without a take. I'm starting to wonder if I might have gotten here too late.
This river is the first place where I've heard stories of tapah actually going for people. So it's clearly a fish with attitude, but what's equally clear travelling along the river is the sheer amount of fishing pressure. Everywhere you look, there's lines going into the water, there's nets. So the question facing me is whether the big ones are still actually here.
If anyone knows, it has to be Pandan's best-known monster wrangler, a fisherman called Rafi.
People here tell me you had an experience with a big tapah. Can you tell me what happened?
Masanya, masa aku boleh tapahnya, aku berjalan sekediri aja ngitik.
He was trolling with a lure being pulled behind the boat.
Laban belen aku nada ngamudah dekau aku.
He had a hit from a fish.
Cukup lalu ditarik ke barukin.
Turned out to be a very big fish.
Udah aku kayat ya aku belen aku nangamnya ya ngagai ke barukin. Laban aku nak.
Rafi tells me he got the tapah to the boat, but it seems the beast wasn't willing to come quietly.
The combination of big fish and it suddenly going a bit berserk, he ended up in the water.
Ikan, nambah aku lagi ngulung ikan segi geriti dalam mudah bisik, udah digulung kemana-mana, udah nike lama gak ngulung baru.
He had to swim back to the boat. Luckily, the fish is still on the line. He was able to get it in. They weighed that. It was just short of 100 pounds. Now, this is 6-7 years ago. What I'm very interested in is whether there are lots of big fish or big fish still in the river, or maybe there were bigger ones in the past.
Lagi ada area Binyu tu Pandan. Masih ada yang besar-besar tapah ikan besar. Kalau pergi ke Binyu ataupun ke Tubau, masih ada yang banyak besar.
He says there are still big fish in the river, but these days they're few and far between.
But how rare is rare? I'm not sure whether to dig in and keep fishing or cut my losses and move on. If I want to know what's in a river, I often go to the local market. It's a good reality check. Once a week, people flock here from miles around to sell their produce. Everything from hot chilies to live edible grubs. A few saltwater fish are already laid out. But it's what's being pulled out of the rivers that interests me.
What do you reckon? Any fish here today?
I don't have to wait long to find out. And if I'm not mistaken, that is a pint-sized version of my prime suspect.
Tapa. This is a tapa here. Finally, the fish have arrived. I don't want to elbow my way in too impolitely, but I'd like to get a really good look at this fish if I can. Look at this. I've waited a long time to see this. Deep forked tail. This apparently is good for giving it a quick burst of speed. That goes with the stories that I've heard about these being able to launch themselves out of the water. It's got a very noticeable underbite. The lower jaw protrudes beyond the upper jaw, and this very much speaks of something that comes from below to take its prey. And unlike most catfish, that's not a rasping pad, those are teeth. Once that has grabbed its prey, the prey is not going to get away. They'll just engulf it. It's going to go straight down there. Very big mouth. There's actually crushing pads at the back of the throat. And that's a very capacious belly. It's able to stretch to 2 or 3 times its volume. Very powerful digestive juices in there. Whatever ends up in there is basically vanished within 24 hours. They do grow a lot bigger, 150, maybe 200 pounds. That's the size of a person. This is a small one.
The fact that it's the biggest tapa on offer tells me all I need to know. Pinning my hopes on this heavily fished river would be a mistake. But where on earth do I go next? The tapa is the only fish that's ever defeated me. And to put that right, I'm ready to take a gamble.
The batik stripe.
Doubling back, I return to the mainland, where I've obtained special permission to visit a tribe of hunter-gatherers who live deep in the forests of Taman Negara. The batek, I've discovered, do hunt fish. I'm hoping they'll know about the tapa and where I can find one. But I've no idea if they'll welcome an outsider.
Mr. Jeremy.
Hello.
Jeremy. The batek are a remnant population with ancient African roots. At Kampung Au, they seem friendly enough, and our conversation soon turns to the tapa.
So it's a very long fish, a big one. Could be the length of this table. Same size?
Before long, my guide Roslan and I are hearing all kinds of hair-raising, first-hand accounts.
Okay. So you were chased, but it didn't eat you.
Yeah.
Malam.
Pagi. Nak mudik ke sana.
Ke sini.
So this is not a log or a tree. Something hit the boat.
It's easy to warm to these fellow fishermen who are positively eager to share their knowledge.
If I want to catch one, can you suggest a good river?
Lepas tu satu belah atas tu satu. Kalau mau besar di atas tu lagi.
I'm soon cramming my notebook with suggestions, and by all accounts, I've come to the right place.
They're definitely talking a big fish, an aggressive fish, one that they respect. So if I want to catch one, they say, strong tackle, get off the main river, go up a side tributary.
Taking the batek's advice, I head deeper into the forest. The water looks perfect for fishing, but I know this can change quickly if it rains heavily. I'm anxious to fish as much river as I can, so I decide to stick with a lure. There are some deep pools here, where large tapir must surely be lurking. This untouched jungle is a world away from the busy waterways of Sarawak. But despite my best efforts, all I'm getting is a sore arm.
Well, I've really persevered, but this isn't really working. Artificials, they can really trigger that predatory response sometimes, but not this time.
To provoke a tapir, I think I'm going to have to change my lure for something more tempting. And Ruslan agrees. A tapir, he insists, likes nothing better than live meat.
It's about 3 foot.
He tells me he once saw a big one grab a monkey off an overhanging branch.
So the tapir came right out?
Came right down, like that, just disappeared.
And you saw that?
I saw that.
The boatman, meanwhile, says he's seen a tapir trying to swallow a still thrashing 6-foot monitor lizard.
How big was this tapir?
Well, saya tak pasti buat 60 ke 70 kilo.
60, 70 kilos, so to 150 pounds.
Yeah.
By any measure, that's a big fish. Ruslan reckons the best spots to catch baitfish are on the main river. There are several smaller species to be found here, and the quickest way to stock up is with a throw net.
Okay, you hold it.
It's been a while, though, since I last used this method.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And my technique is a little rusty.
Ah, no back.
I've caught the boat.
It's okay.
Here we go.
1, 2. Great. Much better.
It's getting there.
Take 4. And I'm starting to get my eye in. There's just one small snag. We're not fishing for twigs. Taking a break, I let Ruslan try his hand.
Oh, here we go. We've got some fish. 3. They look a bit like mahsia. Oops. So there we go. Something called the rom. That's going to be good bait. Good sized snack for a tapir with a bit of luck.
Back in tapir territory, I've now got a good stash of baitfish to work with. And there's one in particular that Ruslan is recommending.
It doesn't look very appetizing, but there's a story, the locals say, that the tapir is jealous of these rather luxuriant whiskers on the chin. The tapir has rather pathetic ones. They're very short like that. So the tapir is jealous of this fish. When it sees it, it makes it angry. Sounds like the tapir has serious anger management issues. Let's hope it works.
I decide to fish over a deep pocket in the river. And within minutes, something powerful has hit the bait.
Hold on, it's onto the boat. And now. We got a snakehead. The float just vanished, and I thought it's got to be a tapper. I was using a large bait that engulfed a 3-pound catfish. And it just reminds me that fish are not like us. We cut things into bite-sized lumps and chew them. Fish very often just swallow something whole. Powerful, muscular fish. And you can see why they call them snakehead. That head is just like a snake's. I'm pleased with that, very pleased with that. I feel sort of warmed up, ready for a tapper now.
Clearly, there are predators on the move. But after a promising curtain raiser, I'm failing to draw the main act out of the shadows. It looks like I could be in for a long night. Local fishermen like Roslan simply tie their lines to flexible branches and don't come back until dawn. But that's not my style. If I hook a tapper, I want to bring it in quickly, get a good look at it, then release it unharmed. So I'm placing my baits carefully on the edge of deep water, and then running the lines back to my rods on a small, clear space on the opposite bank.
A little bit, that's it, that's good. Leave there. What will happen is that the weak line now will break and I'll be into a fish. That's the theory anyway. This is the deepest pool in the deepest jungle. I can almost smell them. Maybe it's going to be tonight.
But as the night wears on, I'm tortured by bad memories. Daylight brings a mixed result.
Well, the whole night here, 12 hours, with nothing taking either of the baits. But Roslan has just brought me this.
The messy, raking bite is as good as a calling card.
Definitely a tapper. And that was close. It shows very graphically what those teeth are capable of.
Almost certainly, the beast that mauled Roslan's bait will now be too wary to bite again, which leaves me with no option but to move on. Has the curse of this fish come back to haunt me?
This does all look like the beginnings of the monsoon, and the thing is, if the monsoon really hits and the rain starts tipping down, the water starts coming up, I've been told that is it as far as my fishing goes, as far as my chances of a big tapper go. So it's true to say that time is running out.
As I race to find a new fishing spot, the monsoon launches its first big salvo. The storm eventually blows over, But after such heavy rain, the rivers could swell and become unfishable, possibly in a matter of hours. Setting up on the bank as before would eat precious time. So I decide to moor up and fish from the boat. All I can do now is wait and hope that the fishing gods will see fit to lift their curse.
We got a fish.
But there's work to do.
It's on a tree. Let's go above it. It's round a tree, I think. Okay, keep in the middle. Out in the middle, please. It's coming up, it's coming up. Right. Ready? I'm ready. Here we go, here we go, here we go. It's clear, it's clear. Lift, 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 lift. Now! We have it. We have it. Tapa. We have it. Let's go to the bank.
At long last, my Tapa curse has lifted.
Right, let's have a look at this beast. Lengthwise, it just goes on and on. This is a fish with eyes bigger than its stomach.
Dogs, huge lizards, a cow, and even humans. I've heard enough about its feeding habits to know that this is a beast that means business. So what about the boatman and the diver on Lake Kenyir? Did they, in fact, fall foul of a Tapa?
The one thing that's actually bothering me is the teeth. They're very sharp, they're very numerous. If one of these jumped out of the water and grabbed you, your arm or your leg is going to look basically like hamburger meat. And yet, neither of those corpses at Lake Kenyir had so much as a scratch.
For so long, this creature has been my nemesis. But that doesn't make it guilty of homicide. Maybe for once, the real culprit isn't an animal. But even if the 2 deaths on Kenyir remain a mystery, it hasn't all been in vain. At long last, I've finally caught it. A decade ago, in my first ever River Monsters investigation, I spent 6 grueling weeks on India's Kali River trying to unmask the elusive monster behind a series of deadly attacks. I was exhausted and close to giving up.
It's in the fast water. Something very powerful on here. Try and relax and keep a bit calm. Gaining a tiny bit of line. Right, the water is flowing this way now. I've got it into the water that's flowing this way.
I have been fishing long enough that I've developed a kind of sixth sense. I know when I have a big fish on, and this is a big fish.
Let's go on, Chino, let's go on. There's a lot of line out and some very strong water the other side of it, so
the big problem here is that if it gets out of this pool, I am never going to be able to pull this fish back up against this current.
Very touch and go, very touch and go.
And then it does exactly what I didn't want it to do. Either this fish is gone, or I've got to do something drastic.
I'm going to have to go for a swim.
I've just hooked a massive fish. Is this the one I'm after?
I'm going to have to go for a swim.
I don't know what I'm thinking, apart from being desperate not to lose this fish, regardless of my own safety.
Wait till it comes up. Wait. Now! That is a serious sized gunch. That is a man-sized animal. That is as big as a person. It is bigger than a lot of people around here. That is a big fish. They do exist, the gunch do exist. 6 foot of muscle behind that mouth, and those teeth are just like shark teeth pointing back. If that got hold of you, there'd be no getting away. When I was diving with Rick, and we were seeing these beasts under the water, and they just look so otherworldly. Is it a hallucination? Do these things really exist? And yes, the goonch does exist. Just the absolute perfect predator. Huge mouth on there. Huge mouth. And if anything just comes down within range of that mouth, it's too late. I mean, big as this fish is, the fish that is taking people would be bigger than this. I mean, it wouldn't actually need to be more than a couple of feet longer, but that would really give it a bit more weight. I mean, it would probably weigh twice as much as this. And, you know, just the thought of that is quite terrifying. Okay, is it off the ground?
Now, yes.
Okay, 166, 161 pounds. The description given by Surendra Bora of the creature as an elongated pig easily corresponds with the smooth, scaleless back of the goonch. Kesar Singh's statement that he saw a black shape also matches. And the sucking force caused by the opening of a vast mouth that Jogar Singh talks about, that also matches. I think that what the eyewitnesses saw was not an elongated pig, not a mythical creature, the Seuss, but this, the giant devil catfish, a monster-sized goonch fattened on human remains. I think it's time he went back in the water. He's starting to recover. Back in the water just to get the last little bit of energy, and then back home, I think. For me and the fish. Goonch catfish are now very rare. This monster's not the Kali killer. Even at 161 pounds, it's just not big enough. I came to prove that giant catfish exist here, and I've done that. Since then, the Kali River has experienced rapid development and population growth. Parts have become so polluted, they've been declared a health hazard. I feared that big goonch had disappeared from the region's rivers. But now, an unexpected report from the Himalayan country of Nepal. A mysterious incident that feels strangely familiar. A lone fisherman on a mountain river, dragged off his feet and into the water by an unseen creature. His body never recovered. Could this be the work of the goonch? I have to find out. I'm heading 4,500 miles to Asia and the mighty Himalayan mountains. The top of the world is new territory for me. My destination, Nepal, is home to 8 of the world's 10 highest peaks, including the highest of them all, Mount Everest. These mountains are the source of many great rivers. I'm curious to find out what lives in these remote waters.
Okay, nice to meet you. Okay, nice to meet you.
Kathmandu is the spiritual and cultural heart of Nepal, a place of gods, ghosts, and demons.
Looking at all these amazing carvings, it's not hard to imagine that this could be a place where you might find some strange monsters.
The first step of my investigation is to meet my source for the recent story,
Monsoon is disappearing fast.
Colonel Mike Allen. Mike spent 40 years as a soldier with the elite Gurkha regiment and many decades fishing the country's rivers. Like me, he has a fascination for the beasts that lurk in them.
One hears reports of huge fish tucked away in some very deep pools.
Mike still keeps his ear to the ground for interesting stories, and he's able to tell me where the mysterious case of the disappearing fisherman took place. On Nepal's longest and wildest river, the Karnali. Getting there won't be easy, so I've enlisted an experienced driver, Mahesh. The journey takes me through the foothills of the Himalayas, where rockfalls and landslides are common.
This road, if you can call it that, is literally scratched into the side of a very unstable mountain. And every monsoon, huge bits of that mountainside slide down and end up in the river.
Mahesh warns me that the devastating earthquake of 2015 made many roads here impassable.
Look at this, boulders the size of a house. So at this stage, I'm not actually sure if I'm going to make it through.
We finally make it to the village of Kino, where the fisherman who disappeared lived. The villagers are aware of the case.
Anybody else here who might know more about it? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm directed to the owner of the local tea house. Nawal was once a fisherman here on the Karnali River. He was friends with the man who disappeared and has agreed to talk about the incident.
Can you tell me exactly what happened to this man just recently? What happened to him?
As I question him about the mysterious case, I can start to see what happened. The incident took place just downstream from the village at a popular fishing spot. Ali, an experienced fisherman, was throwing a cast net from the shallows. His morning had been slow, so he stayed on after the other men had headed home. He was never seen again. According to Nawal, Ali was a strong swimmer and unlikely to have drowned. And if he had, a body would have turned up somewhere downriver. But despite a search that went on for 20 days, no corpse was ever found. The consensus among the villagers is that Ali was dragged in to his death. What creature could have been powerful enough to drag a man into the water and devour his body? A big gunch catfish would have the power, and I know it has a reputation for disposing of the dead. But would it attack a man who's fighting back? I can't just assume a gunch is guilty. I need to consider other big predators that haunt Nepal's rivers. There's one I have in mind. But when I ask around, I don't get the answers I'm expecting.
When you hear about people disappearing in the river in this part of the world, where possibly some large underwater creature is involved, top of the list of suspects is normally crocodiles. The thing is, if you've got crocodiles in the water, you're going to see them from time to time out of the water as well, because they have to come out into the heat to warm themselves up, and the people here just don't see them. I have a hunch why the locals don't come across crocodiles on this part of the Carnali. Rivers here are either rain or glacier fed, and this affects the water's year-round temperature, and ultimately what lives in it. The cloudy grey colour of the water, the result of sediment known as rock flour, tells me that this is meltwater from the mountains and will remain cold all year. Crocodiles dislike cold water, and since they've not been seen by the locals who've fished this river for centuries, I've scratched crocs from my suspect list. There must be something else, large enough to drag a man into this river. But what is it? I've got more questions for Narwhal. Was it fairly close to the side of the river? And this time, he reveals more. There was another incident on the same stretch of river with intriguing parallels to the first. And Narwhal himself was the victim. A few years ago, Narwhal was out fishing with a group of friends. They had fished this spot before and knew the waters well. Suddenly, something very large became entangled in Narwhal's net. He tried to hang on, but was being dragged away downstream. Even with the help of his friends, Narwhal was unable to control whatever was in his net. He was pulled, he told me, about 100 yards downstream, and it was only because these other guys stopped what they were doing and came to assist him that he survived. The original victim, Ali, didn't have people around to help him. But why didn't he simply let go of the net? Narwhal tells me that fishermen loop the cord to the net around their wrist, so they don't lose it. This isn't normally dangerous. But if something really big gets in the net, the cord becomes a deadly noose. Narwhal believes that this is what happened to Ali. And one extra little detail, Narwhal himself, he doesn't fish anymore. He said after that he's just so terrified of what is in the water. He's now a farmer, doesn't go near the water. Both these stories remind me of my own experience 10 years ago in India. I too was overpowered, forced into a river, and could have drowned. But I can't blame a goonch without proof. There could be other suspects here on the Carnali. It's a major river and flows all the way from the high Himalayas to the mighty Ganges. It contains many species and no doubt some surprises under the surface. No, that's not working.
But things are bumpy from the start.
This is the second cast. 2 casts, 1 snag. It's just the nature of this kind of fishing. You've got to be philosophical about it. You've got to have plenty of spare gear as well. After hours of trying, my frustrations begin to mount. Slightly revising my opinion of this place. I haven't got that gut feeling. I haven't got that sense of anticipation of something could happen at any moment. I switch up my gear just to try and get something on the line. Yeah. Yes. Stuck on something. That's snagged, that's not moving. It's a line or a net. Damn. I've lost my lure on something in the river. Yeah, that's the line gone. That would have been at the knot to my swivel.
This is a bad sign. I'm hoping the fisherman can tell me what's preventing me from getting to the fish.
Here, big fish now?
Big fish. 15 kg.
15 kg.
30 kg.
It quickly becomes clear that there are two problems here.
So now a lot of people are fishing this river.
Yeah.
The river is overfished, and the equipment being used is left hidden in the water for days and sometimes even discarded there.
So it's probably something like that I got caught up on. Mostly this is going to be under the surface. I'm going to discover one of these when I hook up on it. A single rod and line in this place. I'm just not going to get anything of note at all.
I need to find a stretch of river that's not riddled with nets and lines waiting to snag my gear, a place where fewer people are fishing. When briefing me on the region, Colonel Mike told me about an area he's fished before.
In the lower part, which is the Babai River.
He said the Babai River is isolated and difficult to access, so this should mean less fishing activity. From a nearby high point, things look promising. Little evidence of habitation. On the river's edge, there are other encouraging signs.
These marks were made by suckermouth fish swimming over the rock and feeding on algae. Here we go. Here's the head of the fish. The sucker is here, and it's just moving along slowly, sucking up algae. And what these marks tell me is three things. First thing is that a couple of months ago, the water level was somewhere up here. Two, there are small fish in this river, and we're talking about something this size that would have made these marks here. And three, normally when you've got small fish, you're going to find something bigger that wants to feed on them.
After my frustrations on the Carnali, I'm eager to get a line in these pristine waters. Now I have a real chance of tracking down the monster that's stalking this region's rivers.
Yeah, there's something pulling there. There we go. Yeah. Got a fish. Look at that. Look at that. This is a marcia. I think the first thing to be said about this is that it's a very pretty fish. These large golden scales, very streamlined body. This is what, back in the days of the British Empire, the colonial gents in their time off used to come and fish for. These potentially grow to over 100 pounds. Some stories even maybe 200 pounds. I've caught large marcia myself. I caught one over 90 pounds. So this is certainly a fish that if somebody got it in their throw net, this is absolutely capable of pulling you in the water. Although it doesn't look like it, this is actually a predator. It has a very muscular mouth, which is sort of telescopic. It's quite capacious there. It feeds on the bottom, going over rocks, feeling with these, but that's capable of taking quite large prey. And it does have teeth, but the teeth are not in the normal place. They are throat teeth. They're in the back of the throat.
A large marcia can be a formidable fish, but I'd need to see how big they grow here to be convinced it's a serious suspect. The Babai River is clearly worth investigating. I can't drive any further, so I'll need a boat to travel downstream. Inquiring at the local village, I come across a small fish market and check out the catches.
Your macha? Konam io.
Konos.
Trying to get a handle on the names of some of these fish. This one here is your macha?
Third macha.
I'm pretty sure this is a goonch. It's not a huge one.
10 kg go.
10 kg. And she says 10 kilos, so 20 odd pounds. So this one, like this, and it has, like this one, it has, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a find. That is a find. This is a fish that's getting very, very scarce in these rivers, but they're still here. Okay, not a huge one, but that's a gunch. Thank you.
It looks like I'm on the right river. And another chance encounter, this one with a man called Firulal, piques my interest even further. He has a remarkable story. A couple of years ago, Firulal was walking by the river. It was late in the day and getting dark. He noticed something at the water's edge and went to investigate. He couldn't see what the creature was, but it was large and semi-submerged. Firulal thought it was dead. It wasn't. He had to tear himself free.
So it's here. Do you have any scar, any mark?
The scars extend from his shoulder to his wrist. This animal was big. When I ask him what he thought it was, he uses a word in his local dialect that I'm guessing means crocodile. But this doesn't add up.
If that had been a crocodile, either you don't get your arm back, or you're not around to tell the story, or you've got great big holes in your arm. And I've seen crocodile bites. That's not a crocodile bite. That's something else. I really need to find out what exactly that was.
Could this same monster be responsible for the incidents on the Karnali River? Firulal's terrifying encounter happened downstream, inside a national park where no one is allowed to live. I need permission to go there. At the park office, the ranger warns me about potential dangers on the Babai River.
So the water was all the way up to the bridge, to the road?
Just 2 years ago, there was a massive flood. Few people have ventured here since. To help me navigate safely downstream, I'm assigned 2 guides, Gandhi and Katak. They explain that the river has narrow sections of fast water, punctuated by wider, slow-flowing pools, which will be best for fishing.
I think this could be a good position to fish from.
Right there?
Yeah, I think I'll try here.
The river takes us through alluvial grasslands and thick subtropical forest. My guides warn me there are rhinos and tigers here, so I'll have to watch my back as we continue downriver.
Push gara.
For Gandhi and Katak, every trip down the Babai is a new challenge because the river's course is constantly changing.
This is just the fact that the river floods every year, and every year it'll subtly rearrange the river, but sometimes it will rearrange it in quite a dramatic way.
The recent massive flood may also have changed the underwater geography of the river and displaced some of the fish, which could make tracking down suspects a tougher task.
Oh yeah, all right.
Throw it and we'll tie it on the bearing.
I'm eager to get down to the scene of Firulal's attack, but my guides advise that we stop and make camp. It's a good thing we did.
That's pretty definitely an elephant crossing place there, just at the bottom of this pool. And they come out 75 yards away from our camp, so good job we didn't put the camp a little bit further down. They might have got a bit upset, and you don't want to upset these guys.
Wild elephants could tear apart our camp if they stumbled on it in the dark. My guides tell me that every year in lowland Nepal, people are killed by elephant herds. The next morning, I'm itching to get on and get fishing.
What about this, though?
Crocodile tracks. They indicate the water must be warmer here on the Babai than on the Karnali, so crocs have to be on the suspect list for any attack here. But Firalal's scars were like no crocodile bites I've ever seen. They were made by a narrower-jawed monster. More like an alligator gar, maybe. A fish I know well.
Actually laying hands on this prehistoric beast.
But gar are not native to these waters. There's got to be something else out here. We continue downstream to the area where Firilal was attacked.
Yeah, let's try one from just here.
With tigers and crocs on the banks, I'm staying in the boat. I'm not sure what attacked Firilal, but it's in here somewhere.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Whoa! There it is. Well, I have no landing net or anything, so that might impede me just a little bit. There. That is a snakehead. I've seen snakehead in the Indian subcontinent, normally just a few inches long. I've used them for bait. But this thing, this has got to be, I don't know, around about the £10 mark, something like that. But I have it on good authority that these grow considerably bigger. A reliable estimate of £90. And if you've got one of those in a throw net, particularly when one of these is fresh, full of energy, that could well pull you in. I wouldn't want to be in that position myself.
A big snakehead could have been responsible for the dragging incidents on the Karnali. But what about the attack on Firilal here on the Babai?
It's one of the very few fish that will actually go for a person, knowing that it's a person. You know, it's not poor visibility, mistaken identity, reflex grab, anything like that. This is one fish that really does punch above its weight. Putting on a bite-proof glove here, I'm going to try and have a look at the teeth. A lot of predatory fish swallow their prey whole. Some predatory fish, such as piranhas, bite lumps out, and you can look at their teeth and you can tell that that's what they do. This is a bit misleading. They don't look like cutting teeth. They look like gripping teeth. They're like needles. But in fact, what they do is when they grip their prey, if they shake the head, those teeth act rather like the teeth on a saw blade, and they can actually cut a small fish in half in a fraction of a second. It looks like this has been injured by something. On the other side as well, it looks like something's had a go at it.
Anything that attacks a 3-foot snakehead is going to be a serious predator. And the tooth marks again suggest a narrow-jawed assailant. Whatever bit into this snakehead may be what attacked Firilal. Half an hour downstream, I spot something way up ahead at the water's edge and decide to investigate.
It's a long, dark shape. It's hard to make out at this distance, though.
The creature emerges. But it's not a croc. The knob on its long, thin jaw is unmistakable. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. This is a gharial, possibly the rarest river monster of them all.
This is one of the scarcest predators in the world. There's barely more than 200 of them left, and I am now close enough to get a real appreciation of the size of the animal. It's at least 15 feet, but also I can start to see those jaws, the jaws and the teeth. And I'll tell you, although scientists say these are specifically designed for catching and eating fish, when you're this close to one, the adrenaline is definitely pumping.
For me, it's the encounter of a lifetime. Because of hunting and habitat loss, the gharial is critically endangered in the wild and is now protected. I have no doubt that this was the narrow-jawed animal that scarred the snakehead. But is the gharial responsible for the attacks I'm investigating? It's time to take stock.
Well, the suspect list I've managed to assemble so far contains some pretty impressive beasts, but somehow I don't think there's a particularly compelling case for any one of them.
The marcia can grow big, but I've not seen large enough ones here. The snakehead can do some real damage, but I don't think it's aggressive enough to actually kill someone. And the gharial. It's certainly big enough and has the power and weaponry to be seriously dangerous. And with a jaw much narrower than a croc's, I'm pretty certain this is the creature that scarred Firilal. But what about the incidents on the Karnali River? In this case, water temperature is key. Since it's too cold for crocodiles on the Karnali, I don't think gharial would be there either. I've been trying to keep an open mind, but every sign points to the beast that drew me here in the first place.
Possibly, of all the monsters I've tangled with in my career, the most memorable, the Goonch catfish.
The Goonch ripped me from a riverbank in just the same way that narwhal was overpowered. And its taste for human flesh could account for Ali's body never being recovered. The Goonch has the means and the motive, and I know this fish is capable of the crime. It's now my prime suspect. A decade ago, it took me 6 tortuous weeks to track down a big Goonch, and such beasts are now even rarer.
I think I need to give this a closer look.
My journal from the original expedition details the depths, water flow, and river conditions that led to a successful catch. I'm hoping this hard-won knowledge will help fast-track me to the fish. Going after Goonch requires patience, persistence, and preparation.
It's not exactly fresh, but the good thing about catfish such as Goonch is going to help them locate it, and they're not fussy really in terms of the freshness of the stuff that they eat.
With any luck, the pungent bait will prove irresistible to the sometimes fickle Goonch.
A lot of people think you've got to hide the hook. You hide the hook, you're not going to get that hook to penetrate in the mouth of the predator. So the hook points have to be visible. And what I've done to hold it all, particularly holding the mouth shut, if that mouth is open, the current's going to pull the whole thing apart. So I've used bits of luggage tag, and that's holding everything nicely together.
Now, to scope out this pool.
What I'm going to do before starting fishing, I just want to get an idea of depths. So just a bit of lead on a bit of light line. I'm just going to drop it off the side of the boat. What I'm looking for is deep water. I mean, what the Goonch like is when the current pushes into a rock and then excavates a bit of a hole. But sometimes what looks deep isn't. You cast out and you're just in a few feet of water. So I'm trying to get a picture of the underwater geography. Actually, I'll even do it here. It's 3 foot 6, 9. It's 12 foot. This is 12 foot of water. This could be a good spot here. This could be a good spot.
Goonch use their whisker-like barbels to check out potential food, so a bite may not be the first thing I'll feel on my line.
Goonch, very often what they do is they investigate beforehand, and you feel this sort of a bit of a jarring. It's almost a sort of metallic sensation. It's very hard to describe. You feel a bit of a rattling on the line.
Fishing like this requires complete concentration, and experience counts.
I think this is possibly my favourite form of fishing. One rod, and you feel the line, and it's amazing what information you can pick up. Every time I cast, I'm helping to build this mental picture. Oh, that is something. That is something. That was definitely. It's a little boom, boom.
The tantalizing tap on my line is followed by hours with no further sign. We change locations.
I'm actually anchored in quite a good spot at the moment. The thing is, there's very powerful current, so even 6 ounces of lead isn't really holding. So use something a bit more serious. No way can I cast that. I'm just going to drop that off the side of the boat. And the idea is, if this gets stuck or if I get a fish, this is weak line here, that's going to break. Here's the bait. Anything takes the bait, the line's just going to pass through the swivel. It's not going to ever feel the weight of that. So even though it's fast and turbulent on the surface, the chances are down on the bottom there's going to be little slacks, there's going to be little hidey holes. You know, what I want to do is actually present a bait there, not let all this current up at the top sort of wash it away.
Despite my best efforts, there's no further sign of a fish. But I know that the elusive goonch is rarely caught in a day. For the next week, I fish every hour I can.
Maybe first in here.
Goonch are easily spooked and slow to shed their suspicions. So once I've fished a pool, we leave it and head further downstream.
Much clearer sky today.
It will only be a matter of days before we leave the park and run out of unspoiled river. After a week of frustration, I've caught nothing.
Actually, the water conditions couldn't have been better. Some really, really classic goonch spots. Okay, they can just sit and not feed for a long period of time, but you know, it just is so odd that I spent so much time without even a touch from a fish. It feels like there's hardly anything here.
The recent big flood may have washed many fish out of this area, and although I've seen a fish-eating gharial, it's only the one. I'm really starting to wonder if there are any goonch left in this river. But I'm not about to give up. This challenge is calling on all the know-how I've gained in the 10 years since I first went after the goonch.
I've fished so many places. so many countries around the world, so many different fish, and actually all of those fish, all of those captures inform everything that I do. Because when I'm fishing, I'm always casting around mentally for odd little snippets of information, little insights that might be relevant. But with things not working out, I'm inevitably starting to compare this experience with my first Goonch expedition. Am I a better fisherman? I don't know. I mean, am I more confident? Do I have more insight? Do I have... is my ability to see below the surface better? It was one of the Greek philosophers who said, you never step into the same river twice. I could modify that slightly. You never cast into the same river twice, because it is not the same river and you are not the same person. But one thing is the same, my determination to catch my quarry. I'm going to fish round the clock. Gharial hunt during the day. Maybe the Goonch will be more confident to feed after dark. Somewhere down there is the fish I'm after. I'm just trying to imagine what it's doing right now at this moment. The chances are it's picked up the scent of this bait. If you're a large, wily fish, you're thinking at some level that this is too good to be true, there has to be a catch. And what fish often do, and I've watched them do this, they will think about it, and you can almost see their minds working. There's greed on one hand against caution, and if things go the way you want them to go, gradually the caution will diminish. Maybe it's just moments away from taking, I don't know. It could be very close to the bait. Oh, yeah. It's coming in. There's something there. I'm going to swing it up here. Ah, it's a turtle. But I've got to be a bit careful of this thing. I would rather stick my leg or arm in a Goonch's mouth than anywhere near the mouth of one of these. If a big one of these did bite you, and that head can shoot out very quickly and quite a long distance, there's a lot of power in those jaw muscles. It would make a mess of you. It would leave a nasty scar. I'm making a point of keeping my distance as I look like this, because I'm not that far out of its range at the moment. There we go, it's looking around at me. Yeah. It's not what I was hoping for, but this turtle isn't a complete disappointment. When I caught that big Goonch from the same pool, I had one of these fellas. This one's probably about 7 or 8 pounds. I had one of these about 200 pounds. A turtle could be a good omen. And it better be. Tomorrow will be our final day in the national park. My last chance to catch a Goonch. My guides say there are just 2 fishing pools left before the river returns us to civilization. I plan to fish this one through the morning and move to the second this evening. But I hadn't bargained on company. These are tiger prints coming along this direction, and this is a big animal. And the other thing is, this is very fresh, probably this morning, probably a matter of just hours. So, and with this long grass here, you know, it might not be that far away even now. With a potential man-eater on the prowl, it's maybe not a great idea to fish here. So we're moving downstream to the final pool. I want to fish from that rock. I have one last opportunity for a showdown with the Goonch. A high casting position could help prevent my line wrapping round any large underwater boulders.
The hours tick by. A century ago, the British colonial army officers who used to fish out here for Marcia described goonch as the vermin of the water. There were lots of big ones around. But on present showing, if you're looking for a big one, it's like the underwater yeti. It's looking like another day of promise, followed by disappointment.
Oh, there we go.
A distinct tap on my line. I've hooked something.
Come here.
But I'm struggling to control it.
This feels a bit different. Might need the boat.
The fish is still on, but I'm in danger of losing it.
Okay, got it. Let's go out.
In the confusion, the fish has taken the advantage and found a snag.
The line's around a rock.
Damn. That's gone. It's gone. Oh, no.
I had it hooked, and yet somehow it snagged. The position of a rock in the wrong place.
I've been here before.
It's in the fast water.
An ominous tap on my line. A big fish forcing me into the water. And with me out of my element, everything in the balance. That time, victory. This time, defeat. I've reached the end of this investigation. My experience just now makes me think a goonch was responsible for what happened to Narwhal and Ali. Of course, I'm disappointed not to catch my culprit, but perhaps this is the right ending for the story of my greatest adversary.
After 9 years of catching all manner of river monsters all around the world, perhaps it's appropriate that it was finally the goonch that reminded me of my fallibility as an angler. And of course, in the broader context, this is a draw. It's 1-1. I'm sort of happy to call this quits. And in fact, not always am I actually fishing for the fish. I'm fishing for the answer, and I did find the answer.
On this British beach, one day in 2013, something very unusual washed up on the shore. A mysterious 9-foot-long sea monster.
The creature was discovered on the sand shortly after sunrise. Boat captain Andrew Douglas was one of the first on the scene.
Is this where it was?
I got a call to say there was a bit of a creature or something on the beach.
So word was spreading?
Word was spreading, the locals were starting to talk. But when I got here, you know, it was monster-like.
Monica Cornell was on a morning jog when she stumbled across the bizarre beast.
I was thinking, oh, it's probably a dead seal.
And as I got closer, I thought, well, maybe it's not a seal, maybe it's a whale. And it wasn't really till I looked closer at it. It had teeth like a shark. It was enormous. It was like Jaws or something.
The discovery sent shockwaves through the quiet seaside community. Initial consensus was that it was some kind of monster shark. But what kind exactly?
It turns out this shark specimen was so unusual and so important that scientists wanted it preserved. So it was put on ice, it was transported almost 350 miles to here, the Natural History Museum in London.
I've been granted permission to go behind the scenes to the tank room, which houses one of the most important fish collections in the world. This is where the museum stores some of its rarest and most bizarre underwater specimens. Many of these strange-looking creatures were collected nearly 200 years ago by world-traveling naturalist Charles Darwin. But I'm looking for a more recent addition, the mysterious Northumberland sea monster. Its guardian is fish curator Oliver Crimmen.
Jeremy?
Good to see you. It's in here, is it?
It is.
I'm about to come face to face with the creature from the beach.
That's a Greenland shark, isn't it?
It certainly is.
And what is that doing on a beach in the UK?
Well, we don't really know. Its distribution is in the North Atlantic and the Arctic, but we haven't encountered them in the UK very often at all.
Is this a dangerous shark, potentially?
Well, because we know very little about its biology, generally speaking, they've been out of sight in deep, cold water. It has been surmised to be a scavenger, but there's no reason why this couldn't dismember active prey.
So we basically don't know.
We don't know.
Now, the Greenland shark is not entirely new to me. I have met this monster once before. 3 years ago, in the dead of night, I hauled one of these giants from the freezing depths of a Norwegian fjord. Also known as sleeper sharks, they're said to be slow-moving and docile. So at the time, I had no reason to think it was anything other than harmless. So much so that I even got in the water with it. But what if I'd got it wrong? Fresh research into this shark is making me question that decision. These little-known sharks can grow to the size of a great white, and they bite with 4 times as many teeth. And I'm uncovering frightening stories about these sharks right across the cold waters of the North Atlantic. If there is a cold water killer lurking in my backyard, I need to know. According to my research, the best place to begin my investigation is here, a country that gave the shark its name. So I'm heading north to Greenland. 80% of the landmass here is covered in solid ice. And with just 56,000 inhabitants, Greenland has the lowest population density of any country on Earth.
This is just amazing. I'm almost speechless. It almost feels like another planet. It's actually my first time here in the Arctic Circle, and that white down there is not land, it's ice. And this being a field, the water underneath the ice is phenomenally deep. And the creature I'm after lives way down below the ice.
Sightings of Greenland sharks are rare. But one group of people do encounter these reclusive beasts, Inuit ice fishermen. So I'm heading to the fishing port of Uummannaq, 400 miles north of the Arctic Circle. It's 5 degrees below freezing. With a population of around 1,300, Uummannaq is one of the biggest towns in Greenland. There are no roads in or out. And for 4 months of the year, the sea is solid ice, so the fishing fleet goes nowhere.
I really feel like I've come to the end of the world here. It just looks so different from anything I've experienced before. But it's a sensory thing as well, you feel it. It is just so cold here. And it suddenly occurred to me, I'm not on a frozen beach, I'm actually standing in the middle of the harbour. I'm on sea ice. It's the first time in my life I've actually walked on the sea.
The harbour feels deserted. But eventually I'm directed to a few fishermen out on the ice.
Hi. What name are these fish?
Soursid.
Soursid?
Soursid.
Soursid?
Soursid.
Soursid? My mastery of Greenlandic, non-existent at the moment, but they look like cod to me. Nice sized cod.
The locals here are mainly Inuit, the indigenous people of Arctic Greenland, Canada and Alaska. And they've fished these waters for 5,000 years.
Oh, you have one? You have one on? Yeah, it's a long way to bring the line in. Good size?
Big one.
A big one? Oh, I can see it, I can see it, I can see it. There it is.
Thanks to antifreeze proteins in their blood, cod thrive in cold Arctic waters and are clearly abundant here.
Do you let the bait go down to the bottom? Slowly getting some life back to my right hand. Ah, we're here. So we're on the bottom. Oh, I think I've, yeah. Yes. That's a fish on. My first, I was going to say ice-caught fish. I haven't caught it yet. That was another kick. God, it's going on forever. Oh, I can see something. Here it is. There it is. It's my first ever ice-caught fish. I'm going to get it off the hook and have a proper look at it. So this is an Atlantic cod, and I actually used to fish with these when I was a kid off the beach in England, and I don't think I ever caught one. I think this could be my first cod, which makes it sort of doubly memorable. Who'd have thought all those years ago I might catch my first cod here in the Arctic Circle?
I asked the fishermen about Greenland sharks, but apparently they don't haunt these shallower waters.
Yeah. Do you know people who catch shark? Yeah.
To find them, I'll need to head out to deeper water, far from the safety of the harbour. Early the next morning, I survey the task ahead of me. Greenland sharks are most often encountered by deep-water ice fishermen. And I'm directed to a long-line specialist, Paluk Kreutzmann.
Nice to meet you.
Together, we painstakingly prepare a 2,000-foot line, tying and baiting 100 individual hooks one by one before heading out onto the ice. Paluk fishes the deep water an hour from town to feed his family and sells whatever surplus he gets. The sea ice we're walking on is seasonal. Although it's a couple of feet thick, it can easily fracture in the areas around icebergs.
If this iceberg tips, you can make waves on this ice.
So the ice will crack here?
Yeah.
Most of the icebergs that plague the North Atlantic come from this coastline, including, it is said, the one that sank the Titanic in 1912. We break open the fishing hole and prepare to haul up 2,500 feet of hand line.
Yeah, my fingers are cold already, haven't even started.
Thankfully, Palak is using what's probably the biggest fishing reel I've ever seen.
Only 800 meters to go.
Palak tells me that deep water scavengers often take part or all of his catch before he can get it to the surface. And his prime suspect is the Greenland shark.
Not too fast.
I'm hoping that bite marks on Palak's catch will provide clues about what's hunting down there.
We have some halibuts. Yeah. Fantastic. That's actually quite promising. That's something like 10 or a dozen hooks. 5 fish so far, it's not bad.
This is good news for Palak's dinner table, but it's not helping my investigation. I don't see a single shark bite. But this catch does at least give me an insight into the creatures that share the dark depths with the Greenland shark.
Gosh, that's weird looking.
We call it the biologist.
That's a deep water species.
Yeah.
And look at those eyes.
They can also live at the 1,000 meters
right
in the bottom.
Down there where there's not much light.
This fish has a bony skeleton, but others down there are built on soft cartilage, including the Greenland shark. And this creature.
That is a strange looking thing. It's curled itself all up, but this is a kind of skate. This is actually a relative of the Greenland shark.
We call it nuliak.
Nuliak, this one.
Means wife.
Why do they call it that?
It's a wife for the shark.
As night falls and temperatures drop to 10 below freezing, we waste no time getting back to town.
I'm a bit disappointed in a way. No evidence at all of Greenland sharks, which is actually making it look less likely that I'm going to see one.
My ice excursion with Palak didn't further my inquiry, but he was able to give me a useful contact for tomorrow. Next day, we plan our fishing around the sun. Here in the Arctic Circle in winter, there are very few hours of sunlight. So I make sure I'm down at the harbour promptly. Uummannaq, which means heart-shaped in Greenlandic, gets its name from the distinctive mountain that towers almost 4,000 feet above the town. The appearance of the sun has brought all the locals out, and the town feels far more alive than when I first arrived. In summer, the sun doesn't set here for 2 months. But even in the sun, the temperature today hovers around freezing point. Sitting outside the local cafe, I contemplate my quarry. After yesterday's disappointment with the long line, I wonder if I'll be able to get close to a Greenland shark through this ice. Fortified, I head down to the harbour to see a man about some dogs.
I'm just doing a little bit of last-minute Greenlandic phrase learning. I've just found this little booklet here. Amazingly, there's a section on dog sledging, so that's handy. Tassa Kimikka. These are my dogs. Kani Klinagit. Don't go near them. Oh, Kisisinaput. They might bite. Got to listen out for that one. Kisisinaput. It's not encouraging at all, really, but anyway.
Most fishermen in Uummannaq try to avoid the Greenland sharks that rob their lines. But there is one man who actively seeks them out, and he's agreed to take me on an expedition to catch a shark. Simi has been going after these huge beasts for 30 years. He uses the meat of these sharks to feed his pack of sled dogs, so unusually for me, this will not be a catch and release mission.
These ones, your dogs? Can I help?
Dog sleds are the traditional Inuit means of transport on the ice and have kept communities connected through winter for thousands of years.
It's like having an unruly fish on the line.
Greenland dogs are renowned for their loyalty. They have even been known to protect their human keepers from polar bears.
So that's the last dog tied up. It looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going with 6. Go and get the sled sorted out.
Purebred Greenland dogs are famed for their stamina. They can run 100 miles a day for 7 consecutive days. The shark fishing grounds are near the edge of the sea ice. The water underneath us is extremely deep, around 3,000 feet, and the ice here is thinner and vulnerable to cracking. When we get to the chosen spot, we immediately secure the dogs. With no rocks or trees around, we tether them to the ice.
If they ran off, we're a very long way from the town.
Simi favours the warmth of his polar bear pants over any man-made fibres. But the fur does get me thinking. This far from help and with nowhere to hide, we are vulnerable to polar bear attack.
Do they have them around here?
How many?
He doesn't think they're around here at the moment, but they do sometimes come here. I think just the idea that there's polar bears anywhere around here is quite disturbing. Shall I do a little?
The ice here is about a foot thick and takes some cutting.
Good, we've hit the seawater. Just push it underneath. Gone.
Yeah.
We have an ice hole. Fishing.
Ice fishing with hand lines hasn't changed much in hundreds of years, although hooks made from animal bone have been replaced by stainless steel.
Slightly more serious hook, and then that's not ordinary line, that's cable, that's wire cable, so even the Greenland shark's really big sharp teeth shouldn't cut through that. We've got a big lump of rock on the end to make sure it keeps on the bottom, and then we've got strong chain.
Simi unwraps his secret weapon, days-old seal meat.
That is horrible. But to a Greenland shark, that smells like dinner. Get that on the hook.
And then 3,000 feet of line, ready to drop into another world, where the water is pitch black and under intense pressure.
Okay, go. So another one.
Yeah, get a knife.
So all the bait's in the water, and it's now pulling down fast. It's about the same distance to the bottom here as it is to the top of that mountain. Everything's very still up here on the surface, but there's a current. Even with that rock and chain on, it's not going straight down, it's going slightly that way.
The current will carry the smell out to sea, and if we're lucky, draw sharks onto the bait in pitch darkness, half a mile beneath us.
Again. We have the bottom. That's just a terrifying depth, and that is just way deeper than anything I've ever fished before.
The fishing that I normally do is often about waiting, but out here that's simply not an option. We would freeze to death. The Inuit way is to retreat to camp and return the next day. That evening, in the last glimmers of daylight, I joined Simi and his family for a traditional meal.
Thank you.
They've turned some of yesterday's halibut catch into a stew, and it's delicious.
That's very tasty.
Sharing food is an important part of Inuit culture. Communities will pull together to ensure that no one, including strangers, goes hungry. Next morning, rested and refreshed, we're back on the ice. It's 5 miles to the fishing hole, and the dogs seem eager to get there. The extreme long line has been down for over 12 hours. With 3,000 feet between us and the bait, there's no way to know if we've got something on the line.
Maybe. This is the one Greenlandic word I'm picking up.
Until we haul it up.
We've got a long haul getting the rock and getting the hooks up from the bottom. Something like 3/4 of a mile. And over here, take a wrap. Off we go.
It could be wishful thinking, but this feels heavier than the weighted line we dropped down yesterday.
I think it's more.
Ja.
Yeah.
Opje
Yeah. There could be something on the end of this other than that lump of rock. Feels like more of an effort.
Walking in relay gives us a chance to catch our breath.
It's a bit like hauling something that could be 1,000 pounds plus in weight, twice the height of the Empire State Building, something like that.
But half an hour of heavy hauling brings the end of the line to the surface.
Line, chain. Oh! Yes, there's a fish. We have a fish on. We just need to get the chain up. Oh, yes. This is a big one. How do we get it through the hole?
The shark isn't fighting. It probably died on the line overnight.
Oh, right. The hole isn't big enough for the shark, so just cutting more ice. 2, 3. It still feels like it's stuck. Looks like we're going to need a bigger hole.
I never like to see a dead fish, but it's all part of survival here for the Inuit. This shark will feed Simi's dogs for weeks to come.
This is a big head. How big's the rest of it? This could be the moment if the hole's big enough. Okay, ready? Need to... Yes, is that coming? Yes, it started to come. I think it's a good 10 foot or so. I think there's still more to come.
This is a perfect opportunity to further my investigation.
It's out. It's a big animal. This is massive. This is huge. Let's have a look at it. It's a female. Very shark-like tail, that asymmetric tail. The fascinating thing about sharks that we always want to look at is the jaws, the teeth. And the Greenland shark has these very pointy teeth on the upper jaw. That's for gripping. But then on the lower jaw, you've got these almost square-shaped teeth with almost like a chisel blade on the end.
They're definitely sharp, but are they sharp enough to attack and kill?
The other thing here is the nostrils. Thinking of my baits in the context of this place, we're talking about a depth of water a couple of 1,000 feet deep. The bait is just a tiny speck in that immensity of water, and this managed to find it, and the way it found it is using its sense of smell. Okay.
Simi starts to prepare cuts for his dogs, but the meat will have to be cured before they can eat it. High levels of urea make fresh Greenland shark meat toxic. This is my chance to find out how and what these sharks eat under the ice.
So here's all the guts just coming out. This is a halibut. This is quite a big halibut. There we go, that's the head.
I shoot it.
And look at that. That's part of somebody's fishing net. That's quite a big fish in there. What fish is this? It's a cod. Now, this is interesting. That might be a cod that died of natural causes and this came along and fed on it. Or they might actually take living fish.
I'm wondering if Greenland sharks are more than just scavengers. So I need to find out what else they eat and how they eat it. But I'm not going to find those answers in this ice-covered sea. I've got to drop my line in more temperate waters. I'm heading 1,500 miles across the Atlantic, where I've heard about a Greenland shark study that's underway off the coast of Norway. Tromsø is a fishing port with a long history of whaling and seal hunting. And today, this small island town is leading the way in the study of Arctic animals, including the Greenland shark. I head to the Arctic University, where a team of scientists are trying to unlock the secrets of this elusive animal. Danish scientist Julius Nielsen made headlines with his cutting-edge research into aging these sharks. His study revealed that the largest and oldest Greenland sharks could be 400 years old or more, meaning that some specimens alive today might have roamed the North Atlantic at the same time as the Mayflower. But Julius also has fascinating evidence on how Greenland sharks feed.
Yes.
And he's sure they have the tools to take out live prey.
The teeth in the upper jaw is like a fork where it can hold the prey, and then in the lower jaw, it's like a razor blade. It's actually working like a knife. So when the shark does like this, and then it can make these circular wounds and circular chunks that they eat.
So you're saying it would do almost like a 180, or it just does a spin?
360 rotation, actually, is what I imagine that they can do.
And Julius has the evidence to back up his theory.
First, this picture, this is beluga whales in an ice hole somewhere in the high Arctic.
Right.
And as you can see here, one of the whales has a very big circular wound.
So that's definitely alive, isn't it? That's not a dead creature.
No, exactly. This is a live whale that has a very, very distinct wound. So imagine that the shark gets a bite on here, and then it just twists around, circular wound. And actually, it's difficult to imagine any other animal in the Arctic that could cause this exact wound.
It appears only Greenland sharks are capable of inflicting this type of injury. Julius also has photos of circular bites of seal flesh found inside Greenland sharks' stomachs. If Greenland sharks take live prey and are capable of attacking creatures far larger than themselves, would they go after humans? I meet with Canadian marine biologist Chris Harvey-Clark, one of very few people in the world who have dived with these sharks.
Have you ever felt that you might be on the menu, or they might be thinking along those lines?
When I first started diving with these animals, I had no idea what they were going to do. People sort of thought they were big, sleepy catfish type animals that really were not particularly predatory, were not particularly curious. Well, it turns out that they do all kinds of things we never expected.
Chris's rare footage shows just how close he got to these sharks in the St. Lawrence River in Canada.
They will leave you, and then they'll go out and they'll come around and they'll get back on your 6 o'clock position. They do it again and again and again. They want to come back and see just what's going on. And curiosity is a predator trait. Some of the encounters I've had have been incredibly scary, particularly bad visibility. When the animal encounters you despite your best efforts, I've got mirrors on my camera, my head's on a swivel, and bang. That gives you pause, and it also makes me think about how these animals actually can kill agile, smart prey.
This is disturbing stuff. These sharks displayed no fear of Chris in the water. Perhaps they consider humans potential prey. Would these sharks attack? I need to get one on the end of a line. Only by doing battle with one of these beasts will I be able to get a sense of what it's capable of. So I'm heading 150 miles south of Tromsø to the deep water fjords around Andøya Island. I've discovered that there's more to this elusive shark than meets the eye. To find out if they pose any threat to people, I'm joining scientist Julius Nielsen and his team on the Vogs Fjord, where Greenland sharks congregate at this time of year.
Morning.
Morning, Jeremy.
Yeah, hi, Julius.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good weather, eh?
Yeah, nice.
We're going to pool our resources to catch one of these sharks. My target will be a large adult, for the most accurate gauge of this animal's power. And today's conditions are perfect. We need calm water to handle big sharks safely. However, the long-range forecast is not so good. An Arctic storm is on its way, so the pressure is on to catch a shark quickly. Boat captain Thor Eivind is a veteran of these expeditions and knows this fjord like the back of his hand.
So this is a more sophisticated version of what I was using in Greenland. I mean, there it was a bit of chain on the end. You need metal down here by the bait because otherwise the shark's teeth are just going to chomp through it. So on the end of the wire we've got very thick nylon. Good to go?
Yeah.
Using a rod and line to catch what could be a 1-ton fish is a massive challenge. But it's my chance to finally see what this monster can do. This fjord plunges to a depth of 1,500 feet. My bait is a tiny speck in an impossible volume of water. After several hours, there are signs of activity.
What do you reckon, Thor? I mean, there's definitely something, isn't it? But does that look more like a small fish?
Yeah. You see the rod making some movements there. Yeah, you see.
There, definitely.
But fishing at such enormous depths, it's difficult to read the signals. The only way to know for sure is to bring the line up.
That feels like it might be something.
Reeling in 1,500 feet of line can take 20 minutes of effort.
Certainly quite curious to see what this bait looks like because it's definitely have a lot of attention from something. Right. Ah, yeah.
So this is more like it.
Yes.
Something has bitten the bait in half.
I think definitely a shark has caused this, but it's just not taking all the bait and didn't take the hook.
Would you guess that's a smaller one or no way of saying?
No way of saying.
Right.
No way. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign. Good
Yeah.
sign. Something has been... Okay, right.
It's confirmation that we're fishing in the right spot. But we're one day down with no shark, and we won't have good weather for long. Next morning, I meet Julius over coffee to find out more about his Greenland shark project.
Julius, why are we in this particular place?
The area here of Andøya in northern Norway is very, very special. Out here we have very, very big sharks. We have very big sexually mature females and we have very big sexually mature males. And that makes this particular area super interesting to study.
What is it about this place that attracts them, possibly?
Well, there is a lot of food available in the fjord, that's for sure. There's lots of fish out here. But one of my main interests in this area is that this might be a mating area for Greenland sharks. If we get one of these big sexually mature males or females, then we put satellite tags on them and then we can track them for up to 6 months. So we put 2 tags on each shark. This tag just gives us a GPS position when it releases from the shark, and we get a little bit more information here with depth and temperature. We put these satellite tags on because it's possible that this is a part of a migrational route towards a mating area, for example, or a popping ground. But it's also possible that the sharks come in and stay here for some time and mate and then go off again. So these satellite tags will help us with those questions. Are the sharks resident when they come in here, or do they migrate other places also?
We then head out into the fjord to catch bait for the shark fishing. It's a good opportunity to see what lives on the sea floor here.
Deep water here, 300-400 feet. When you look at the land, you can just see the steepness of that mountainside that just carries on down. And I'm jigging. I've got a heavy lure that I've just lowered down to the bottom. And I'm just raising it up in the water, letting it sink down. Something down there is going to see an enticing bit of movement, hopefully. So redfish.
Redfish are a very important prey item for Greenland sharks. But of course, they prefer bigger ones than that one.
Right.
But they do come in a much bigger size here also.
I've got something a little bit bigger on here. So let's have a look. As I say, this is what we want. Oh. Right, perfect bait for Greenland shark apparently, so we're on our way. This was quite a good size.
That's also good for bait.
Here we go. This is what they call a tusk. Well, that's good bait as well. Ah, oops, in the thing. As the day goes on, the wind direction changes, bringing in cold Arctic air from the north. The storm is close. Okay, got that?
Yeah.
After a couple of hours, I feel a pull on my line.
That's it, okay, here we go. It's going to wind down.
And this time, it feels bigger.
Yes, eventually, yes! Yes, yes, there is something. Can someone just hang on to me though, thanks.
Whatever is on the line, it's fighting. And bringing it up is not easy from a wet, moving deck.
There's definitely a weight on here, considerable weight.
The last time I landed a Greenland shark was in the middle of the night. An encounter in daylight will be far more revealing. But I can't relax for a second.
But I've probably got its head, the whole body tilting up at the moment, so if it actually beats its tail, it's helping its way to the surface. But if I pause to take a breath, if it gets its head down, suddenly my work's a lot harder.
My arms are burning, but I've got to keep reeling. I may not get another chance.
Yes, yes, here we go. It's on the surface. There it is.
Wow. Yeah, exactly what we were talking about.
Right,
Wow.
This is interesting.
This is very, very unusual.
Even after 15 minutes on the line, this supposedly sluggish shark is thrashing with the energy more like I'd expect from a great white. This is surprising.
I've never seen a Greenland shark with this kind of movements. I've never seen one this much alive. Normally they are slow and docile. Really interesting. Wow. You want to try it? Yeah.
A noose is secured around its tail to prevent the shark from spinning.
Yeah. That.
213, I've got.
Yep.
213.
7 feet long and weighing 250 pounds, I'm told it's a 40-year-old juvenile.
We let go. There we go, off we go. Vertical.
Seeing this energetic behaviour on the surface feels like a breakthrough in my investigation.
That shark was definitely very much alive. It was smashing his tail back and forth.
It surprised you, the activity?
Definitely. I have never seen a Greenland shark with this kind of movements before. That was exactly what I was kind of hoping or expecting that they could do.
This dramatic encounter suggests to me that this shark might be something of a Jekyll and Hyde character. A normally docile scavenger that can suddenly turn on the aggression. But we need to know more. Julius needs a larger shark to tag, and I need to do battle with a full-sized adult to see what power it can wield. We fish on. The hours pass with no further action on the line. When something does finally break the surface, it's big, but it's not a shark.
Well, I've seen lots of strange things filming river monsters, but this is definitely a first for me. Sitting in a boat, and next thing you know, there's a submarine appearing alongside. Whee!
Seeing this submarine gets me thinking about what life must be like for Greenland sharks, living at extreme depth under immense water pressure.
This is a aluminium drinks bottle, empty. Seal it up. When I say it's empty, I mean technically it's full of air, but air at 1 atmosphere of pressure. And I'm going to throw this in the water. Actually, if I threw it in just like this, it would float. So, a couple of big weights to take it down and to record what happens to it. Waterproof camera here. Just set that running.
A Greenland shark has been observed over 7,000 feet down from a robotic submersible. This experiment shows what happens at just a fraction of that depth and pressure.
That's actually 100 feet. I'm going to stop it there and bring it up. There's the camera, and there we go. This is a metal object that's been crushed at 100 feet. The Greenland shark in this fiord lived down at 1,500 feet, so where the pressure is actually 15 times what did that. As a land animal who occasionally splashes around in the shallows, it's just very hard to imagine what it's like living in a world without light, with just such immense pressure.
We fish on as the Arctic storm creeps ever closer.
Looks like the weather forecast was right. It's continuing to deteriorate, the weather. We've got a bit of rain starting now. It's really just hoping that we get something before it gets that much worse. But so far, nothing really happening today.
Just as I fear my window of opportunity is closing, a sign from the deep.
Is that something? Yeah.
I strap in just in case. This is definitely my last chance to land something big.
Yes, 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 yes.
You have something?
Yes! It's actually pulling. Are you on my back? Somebody on that back. Somebody on this handle here. Yeah. That's rolling, it's rolling. Potentially dangerous because it rolls too far up the line. There's a very strong pull here. The way that the rod is levering me, and I've got feet on a slippery deck. There's a couple of times I've just been quite worried about disappearing over the edge.
There's no doubt that whatever is on my line has monstrous power.
Leaning back.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, there it is. Ah, yes! Yes.
It's a wide one. It's very wide. It's a feisty one. It's a very feisty one.
It's a 10-foot Greenland shark.
Where's the other end?
Here, got it here.
So it's a big male shark. We can see from the claspers that they are very well developed.
Julius and I have just minutes to examine, tag and release this shark. The process punctures the thick skin but doesn't harm the animal. These satellite tags will record how far and how deep this shark swims over the next 6 months. For me, though, it's all about size and power.
So this is the girth. So that is how wide around the body this animal is.
I reckon this shark weighs around 700 pounds. Julius estimates it's roughly 200 years old. It's one of the biggest and certainly the oldest fish I've ever caught. It's truly awe-inspiring to look at this creature up close, a monster that few people ever see. And this daylight encounter has told me what I needed to know.
Well, this is what I came to Norway for. What I wanted to see was a live Greenland shark in the daylight, up on the surface, so I could get a really good look at it. And also, the other thing was just feeling it on the line.
The sharks that I pulled in didn't seem like docile scavengers. Their powerful bursts of energy were those of a beast that can react fast to moving prey. A hunter that knows its own strength and how to use it. Add to that the highly specialised teeth, and you could be looking at a very capable predator.
Today, we have made a significant step towards getting a much fuller picture of this very, very strange, elusive shark.
But does the Greenland shark pose a threat to people in the water? Certainly, knowing what I know now, I'd think twice about jumping into the water with another one. This shark appears to have a temperament that can shift from unassuming scavenger to powerful killer in a heartbeat. The sinking of the British passenger steamer RMS Laconia has haunted me since I first heard about it. It's one of the most famous stories of the Second World War. I've learned about dramatic new evidence that suggests there's far more to this story than first meets the eye. On September the 12th, 1942, the RMS Laconia was sailing in the mid-Atlantic, bound for England. She was carrying civilians and soldiers returning home, and hundreds of Italian prisoners of war bound for internment camps in the UK. Several days from safety and hundreds of miles from land, she was attacked by a German U-boat. 2 torpedoes struck her starboard side in quick succession. The Laconia started to take in water fast. Accounts talk of stunned passengers and crew scrambling to escape. Italian POWs broke out of their holding cells and tried to force their way off the stricken ship. Some attempted to board the already overloaded lifeboats, but were fought off by Allied soldiers. The scene turned into a bloodbath. At first glance, this is an open and shut case. For decades it has been assumed that most of the passengers and POWs drowned, and those who didn't were taken by sharks. But I've always wondered whether that was the whole story. My previous investigations have often shown that the answer is seldom what is first assumed. And now I have a chance to find the true culprits. Because buried deep inside this archive, I've discovered a forgotten cache of eyewitness accounts, full of clues that could turn this story on its head. Many hundreds of people ended up in the water, where some mysteriously just disappeared, dragged beneath the surface with only their life jackets ever re-emerging. Bodies found by rescuers days later had been attacked by creatures in the water, and of those, a number showed bite marks that still don't point to any obvious perpetrator. This new evidence suggests multiple mystery attackers, but what were they? With over 1,000 victims, this will be a huge and complex case. But using the accounts of those who lived through it, I'm going to find out what happened to those who didn't. The people who wrote those eyewitness accounts are long gone, but there is one survivor who I have managed to find.
I'm on my way to meet a woman who was actually on the Laconia that night. She is one of only a handful of survivors who are still alive today. At the time, she was just a 14-year-old girl, and she was fleeing the war in Singapore, and she was traveling with her mother, her father, and her brother.
what happened when suddenly it was no longer normality on the boat
Well,
at that point?
It was 8 o'clock and the first torpedo struck. It was awful. But by the time you gathered your senses, the second one hit.
Josephine and her family only had minutes to get up on deck.
My father threw the life jackets at us and he said, come on, lifeboat stations. We dropped everything, rushed out of the cabin. The screaming, the screams were just terrible. It was total chaos. They lowered our lifeboat to the sea, and the minute it hit the water, people were trying to climb into it as well. They were having to be pushed away. We couldn't take any more. I witnessed an Italian prisoner of war being shot by a man in our lifeboat. He was trying to get on and he was shot. That was war. War at its worst. So the men rowed, and they rowed, and they rowed. And we managed to get quite away from the ship. And when we looked, the stern came up, and then it went down, and then everywhere was pitch black. The next day, I realised the water was pink because there was so much blood. And that was when I realised that there were sharks, because you could see the tips of the fins at one stage, and then, you know, now and again you'd get one a bit nearer because they'd been circling the boat. It was awful.
I'm not surprised that Josephine saw sharks. I know they are part of this story. But tellingly, she says that she didn't see them until the next day. I know that in the immediate aftermath, people were attacked by something. But if it wasn't sharks, then what was it?
This is the biggest case I've looked into by far. When you're looking at something that happened in the middle of 75 million square miles of ocean, where on earth do you start?
The Laconia's last recorded position was 5 degrees south and 11 degrees west in around 12,000 feet of water, 700 miles from mainland Africa. Trying to operate at the site of the sinking would be a logistical impossibility. But I get lucky. I receive permission to travel to a military base. A tiny speck of land just 250 miles from where the Laconia went down, known as Ascension Island.
Ascension is one of the most remote islands anywhere on Earth. It's right slap bang in the middle of the Atlantic, sort of halfway between Africa and South America. But most importantly for me, it's the closest I can get to the scene of the incident.
Ascension is a British and US military base, and travel to the island is heavily controlled.
Evening.
To Ascension?
Yeah, Ascension flight, yeah.
Gaining access to Ascension is one thing, but now my whole investigation hinges on what fish I find when I get there. No one lives here permanently. The vast majority of the 800 or so personnel are on military contracts. What they do is not public knowledge. And some areas of the island are strictly off limits. But it's the vast expanse of water around this speck of land that interests me.
Very few people get to fish here, either recreationally or commercially, which means that the species that are here now are going to be the same ones that were here in 1942.
I now want to see what's in the water around the island. I'm heading to a remote spot which isn't often fished. Beneath the surface here, the land shelves off very quickly. So even with a cast from the shore, I should be on the edge of deep water.
Lovely looking clear water. There are a few beaches here and there on the island, but mostly it's rock and fairly treacherous underfoot. But I just thought while I was trying to get a boat sorted out, I'd come along and get some lures in the water, see, start to get a feel for what's living around here. Something on. That's the fish on already. First cast. That's a good sign. Right, just going to swing it. It's a grouper. Very impressive sized mouth. Even on a fish this size. So there's certainly predators in these waters.
I waste no time getting my lure back into the water. And it's not long before something else hits it.
Oh! See something out there? It's being followed by several fish. Lovely fish. A blackjack. That is definitely a predatory fish. Some sharp teeth. The way it hammered that lure on the surface. The thing about the lure I'm using at the moment is that it makes a lot of disturbance. It's visual, it's also sound as well. And fish are, they're all opportunists, particularly predators. They come in and have a look. And even when this one was on the line, there's other fish chasing this. It's just a very good beginning to my education about this particular part of the ocean. Off it goes. Right. This is an oceanic triggerfish, so called because of that spine on the back, a bit like a trigger on a gun. And what they do is they jam that in the open position like that to hold themselves in coral. They often go to sleep like that at night. And look at the teeth on that. Those are sort of coral munching teeth. But it actually went for a lure. The thing that's quickly becoming apparent to me is how rich these waters are, also how competitive the fish are. You get one fish on the end of the line or one fish showing interest and it sort of calls in the other fish. And I think in terms of my investigation, I think this could be pretty significant.
The seas here are teeming. There's little doubt about that, even from just a few hours fishing. But I don't think that the fish that hit my lures today would have been present or of any significance that night when the Laconia sank, but they do give me a vital behavioural clue. A struggling fish on the line attracts the interest of other predators, and what I saw here today was how quickly that happens. Undoubtedly, the Laconia sinking was an event in the ocean, not just for the people involved, but also for the animals that live there. There would have been no shortage of distress signals in the water that night, with over 1,000 people floundering at the surface. The question is, would those signals have been enough to start a feeding frenzy in the open ocean? The accounts of eyewitnesses suggest that they would have been. One thing I'm coming across again and again is that a lot of the people in the water that night speak of being attacked by schools of large, aggressive, silvery fish. Take this from Ian Peel, who was one of the many people who was in the water who hadn't been able to get a place in a lifeboat. Immediately I heard cries of shark. But it wasn't shark I saw, but huge numbers of large silvery fish slicing and attacking at will. Even more formidable than a shark. The obvious culprit is the barracuda, a fish I've encountered before. But I can eliminate them from the suspect list because, ferocious as they are, they tend to school and hunt around coastal reefs, not in deep, open ocean. So what exactly was Ian Peel describing? The mid-Atlantic is new territory for me, and I'm working with limited information. But somewhere out there, there's the silvery predator that was first on the Laconia scene, and I've got to work out a way to find it. The best way to cover a large search area is to use a technique called trolling.
Whenever you're fishing, the biggest question is where are you going to put your bait? And in this immensity of water, that's a very big question. But with the island here, there's a plateau where it gradually gets deeper, out to a couple of hundred feet, and then in a very short space, it plunges down to a couple of thousand and then keeps on going. And what we're going to do is going to fish on the move and just go along the drop-off with lures out the back.
The survivors' accounts describe the fish that drew first blood as being medium-sized and fast. So that's what I'm going for.
On the big rod, we're going to put this. This is, you can see that mimics a fish in the water. This is quite significant because what happens, the water catches that as we're moving and it pushes it down. It makes it dive and it gets a good wiggle on. Cirrus hooks on here. Thick wire because quite likely if anything hits this it's going to have teeth. In fact, you can see it's been hit a few times by some toothy creatures. So off we go.
We work our way along the drop-off. To increase my chances of a take in the vast mid-Atlantic, I have two different lures working at the surface and two deeper down.
The lures have definitely got the attention of the birds, so they've got to look fairly convincing. The fact is, it's something happening on the surface here which just triggers the attention. And we're hoping the same will happen beneath the surface as well, getting fish to come up and investigate.
As first on the Laconia scene, my silvery suspect was clearly curious and quick. One of the reels is emptying. Something has taken the lure.
Screaming take. that off, or is it just coming towards me? Yeah. That was hooked up for 20 seconds or so, but it came off. Sometimes happens. It's interesting, you're just covering water, nothing's happening, and then just out of nowhere, suddenly the reel is screaming. But in this case, just as quickly, it's gone. Dolphins beside the boat. This is a really good sign. The rod tip's really banging away there, and that's indicative of the lure down there really pushing out some vibrations. It's like the dinner gong going off, and I've got a good feeling about that.
Out here in the middle of the ocean, there's no significant landmass to stop the huge Atlantic swells. Then another take on the same rod. This time I'm hoping it will stay hooked.
This is steaming away, steaming away. Haven't seen it yet at all. It's quite a rapid kick, whatever it is. I think I've got a bit of colour. I can see something down there. Oh, there it is, there it is. Got it, I think. Yeah, there we go.
I've landed a silvery fish and an energetic one. But is this the fish that drew first blood?
Skipjack. It's almost like a bit of metal, isn't it? Amazing the energy it's got. It's actually very mirror-like, and actually in open water, that's very effective camouflage. If you're about the same kind of depth as that, it's just going to bounce the light off and it's almost going to disappear into the background. But then if you're looking down on it, it's dark. So it's perfect counter-shading.
I don't think this skipjack is the silvery predator that the eyewitnesses talk about. These fish just don't have the hardware to inflict the sort of wounds described.
Off he goes.
I'm going to try a different approach by using to my advantage the strong currents that swirl around the island. Maybe it was scent rather than sight that brought in the predators that night.
There's a whole sardine on the end here, and the boat is drifting, so we're just going to slowly drift. We'll keep some chum going in the water, just to bring the small stuff in, get some activity going, and hopefully bring in the bigger predators.
Oils from these pieces of fish leave scent trails in the water. And the predators here quickly find my bait. Something fast almost empties my reel.
Fish took right next to the boat. Look at that thing go, leaping in the air.
The fish is desperately trying to throw the hook. Then my line goes slack.
It's off. What? Oh, it's still there. It's just running towards me. If I had any doubt about these waters being rich, here's a bit of confirmation there. Oh, this is a good-sized Dorado on.
This clearly isn't a silvery assailant, but it is a powerful predator in its own right and worth a closer look.
Beautiful fish, look at that. Dorado means gold, but look at all the blue on there. Also known as mahi-mahi, dolphin fish.
Those acrobatic leaps are totally in character for a hunter that takes out flying fish.
It's still got a lot of strength actually, I can feel it flexing.
But despite their obvious strength and agility, Dorados have never been known to pose a threat to humans.
Off he goes. Ooh, strong fish.
These waters are teeming with predators, but so far my catches don't match the descriptions in the eyewitness reports. Doubts are creeping into my mind. The information I have is just too scant. My search parameters are too wide. Given the richness of these waters and the sheer scale of the search area, I need to somehow narrow my focus to stand any chance of catching this elusive killer. I go back to the eyewitness accounts and come across one with an interesting clue. Jim McLaughlin was deep inside the ship when the first torpedo hit. He writes that the noise was crushing, that it felt like he'd been punched in the head by a powerful fist of sound, turning his head to putty. He goes on to say that inside the Laconia, pandemonium had erupted. People screaming, everyone pushing and shoving, clutching at his legs. Some of them falling back into the darkness of the hold below. Jim made it off the stricken Laconia to the relative safety of an emergency raft, but it's in the water where his problems really began. He writes that he was resting on the raft, alone in the pitch dark of the night, when suddenly he felt the most excruciating pain in his left calf. He drew his legs onto the raft in a blind panic, and his first thought was that he'd been bitten by a shark. But when he looked down at his calf, he saw gruesome, fang-like puncture marks. There are any number of predatory schooling fish like the two I've already found in these waters, but this new evidence narrows my search. Jim's description of fangs is striking and could be a breakthrough lead. There is one schooling predator that might fit the bill, with silvery flanks and vicious fangs. It's a member of the snake mackerel family, and it inhabits a vast range throughout the Atlantic. It's called the snook. At this time of year, though, they aren't in open ocean, but in vast breeding schools along the coast of South Africa. So that's where I'm headed. The snook could be the fish that drew first blood the night the Laconia went down. But to be sure, I need to catch one. I'm fishing out of Cape Town, the port that the Laconia sailed from on its fateful final voyage. It was a month northwest of here that she went down, leaving hundreds floundering in the mid-Atlantic waters.
Now, the snook are normally out in the open ocean, middle of the Atlantic, but at certain times of year they do come in close to land, and I'm told that right now, at this time of year, if I go fishing in the water here, I stand a chance of catching one and having a good look at one.
Before I can get one on my line, I have to find out where the snook are schooling. And in such a huge expanse of water, I'm going to need a little help.
Now, sometimes the birds give a bit of a clue because they'll be, they've got that bird's eye view and they can see bait fish being chased. But we're using technology as well. We're basically keeping an eye on the sonar screen because that doesn't just tell you where the bottom is, how far away that is, it will show up fish as well.
But time might be against me. This is Cape Point at the southerly tip of Africa. known here as the Cape of Storms. It's 3 hours before we get the first sign of fish.
Are they still there?
He's right here, he's right under us.
According to the sonar, we're right above a school of fish. There could be anything between a couple of hundred to 1,000 fish down there. So what I'm using is this. This is actually, it's lead with a bit of coloration on it, and I'm just dropping that down to the bottom, and that's what they go for.
These Cape fur seals sense that there might be an opportunity for easy prey.
Let's see what happens when a small bait fish imitation runs the gauntlet.
The sonar only tells me so much. I know there's fish down there, but are they snook?
Here we go.
Whatever I catch, I'll need to get it in the boat fast to avoid it being snatched off the line.
Just retrieving it a bit erratically. Here we go. There's one, there's one. This feels like a good size. This is taking line out.
This fish is stronger than I anticipated.
I'm trying to bring it in quickly because there's seals around. That's the problem. There it is, there it is, there it is.
It is a sleek, silvery predator, but is it the culprit?
Here we go. Right, I'm being very careful actually not to get too close to this, because not only has it got very sharp teeth, but also apparently if one of these does bite you, if it draws blood, there's anticoagulant there. You just won't stop bleeding for hours. So I'm looking as close as I dare, but not too close. But this is what I came here all this way for. Open ocean, schooling fish, they're fast, predatory. Was this the silvery fish that they were talking about? The survivors of the Laconia. And in terms of puncture marks, well, that is going to cause a puncture mark.
What I'm seeing now does indeed point to snook being the first fish on the scene the night the Laconia went down. Whether it was just chance or the commotion of hundreds of people thrashing on the surface that brought them in, we'll never know. But it appears that the people in the water encountered a school of these fanged, ferocious fish. There is a part of the Laconia story that is rarely mentioned in the history books that I think has a bearing on my investigation. The holds where the torpedoes struck held hundreds of Italian prisoners of war. As the crippled steamer took on water, many broke out of their cells and onto the upper decks, where they jumped from the stricken ship into the water. The already overcrowded lifeboats were in danger of being swamped, and Allied soldiers on board were forced to defend them. It turned an already frantic situation into a bloodbath.
I'm on my way to meet Angelo Ferraro, one of the Italian prisoners of war, who was down in the holds below decks when the torpedoes struck. So can you tell me what happened when you were on the Laconia?
Sono state sulla nave, si è messo le stive sotto, tutti 1300-1400 italiani, sono vegliati dai polacchi.
Very crowded?
Uno oltre l'altro, possibile, caricati per terra, tutti caricati per terra.
And no daylight at all? Did you see the daylight at all?
No, 2 o 3 volte alla settimana. Portava sul ponte, un quarto d'ora, 20 mezz'ora, stai sul ponte e poi ritornavi su nelle stive.
How many days had you been on the ship before it was attacked?
Luglio e agosto. Perché il 12 settembre l'hanno affondata. Il primo siluro ci siamo andati all'arme. Il secondo siluro Allora anch'io ho pensato, veramente sicuro. E allora mi sono arrangiato per uscire dalla nave. C'era un mio amico che avevamo fatto tutta la guerra civile. Guarda Ferraro, dove siamo venuti a morire. Aspetta, pensaci dopo morire. Adesso è il centro del fuori. Allora mi sono rampato su per la corda. Mi si presentano due polacchi con le baionette, ci buttiscono ad estare dalle mie mani. Finché potevo mi allontanavo per il risucchio della nave. E mentre eravamo in acqua, è arrivato il sottomarino. Senz'altro perché loro cercavano di difendere i civili. In acqua non so più chi è che comandava. Ognuno si arrangiava per conto suo. Per forza, delle grida, come se in un pollaio, dentro i cani che correvano. Ma immaginate, mi ha detto, guarda, siete tutti spaventati. Mi sono girato per raccogliere qualche cosa da salire. Ma da vicino all'ombra ero morto.
Grazie. In contrast to some of the written reports, he didn't see sharks, but he did see bodies on the surface, and some of those people had been shot, which leaves little doubt in my mind that there would have been blood in the water. Blood in the water means that any predators nearby would have been alerted to the presence of potential food. Once closer, the sound of hundreds of people thrashing in panic would have excited their senses even more. Any predator arriving on the scene would have been in full hunting mode. But this isn't the end of the story. I've landed one suspect, but I've got unfinished business back at Ascension Island, because the more I dig into the eyewitness accounts, the more they reveal.
The thing is, normally I don't have very much to go on, but in this particular case, the sheer quantity of information is starting to make things quite complicated. Some of the injuries described by eyewitnesses were clearly not caused by any of the usual suspects, so it's these unusual wounds that I now want to turn my attention to.
One account is particularly interesting. 5 days after the Laconia was sunk, a French rescue vessel arrived at the scene to search for survivors. Some of the bodies they pulled out were covered in highly unusual bite marks. In the words of the account, these were neat round holes, as if made by a punch. But then I see something matching this description with my own eyes. And fishermen here tell me that this is not uncommon.
That's fresh one.
Look at these marks on this Dorado. Circular wound here, another one here, the beginnings of one there, and on the other side. These are all fresh. These are caused by something called a cookie cutter shark, which is a small species of shark. It lives fairly deep down during the daytime, but what it does, it comes up at night, and it's a sort of a sneak, stealth attacker. I mean, you think of a Dorado, this is a fast fish. You know, normally you're not going to catch one of these things, but the cookie cutter comes in very quickly, and it bites a very clean plug of flesh out of it.
I want to learn more about this elusive and unusual creature. Looking through pictures of other bites strengthens the case against the cookie cutter. These wounds are significantly bigger. Although this unusual predator may be small, less than 2 feet long, its bite can cause serious damage. And yet, that signature bite mark is just about the only evidence that cookie cutters even exist. One thing that is known about them is that they rise towards the surface at night to feed. So in the evening, I head out to try and find signs of one for myself. As far as I'm aware, the cookie cutter has never been caught on a line, so this is a very long shot. But at the very least, I might see what else is feeding in these waters after dark, at the time the Laconia went down.
We're just trying to get into position on the drop-off. About 300 foot of water is what we're looking for, and then we're going to drop down the anchor, and we're going to stay here into the night. There we go.
For predatory fish, catching prey as night falls requires a different set of skills. As the sun sets, light in the water begins to fade and sight hunting becomes far more difficult. But some hunters have developed highly tuned senses that detect even the smallest vibrations in the water that panicked or struggling prey send out.
Oh, it's running. Yeah. Okay.
Whatever is on the end of my line is powerful and wants to go deep. Something in the behavior of the fish has changed.
This was pulling away, pulling, diving really quickly, and suddenly there's a bit of a dead weight now, but it was a very, very lively weight. It's a bit of a mystery. What's going on here? Because it's going away from the boat. Oh, look at this, there's a shark following. 2 sharks. This is steaming away, steaming away. What was on there was half a tuna, and 2 sharks following it. Well, there we go, there's a bare hook, but there's a story behind that bare hook. There was a sizable tuna on the bait originally, and what came to the surface was the front end of a tuna, just the head, but behind it a big sort of yellowy grey shape. 2 shapes, as a matter of fact. What's very interesting and also quite frightening about what just happened is that a tuna is supremely adapted to living in this water. It's very fast, it's very powerful, and in the ordinary course of events, it can keep out of the way of sharks, generally speaking, but as soon as that's in a little bit of trouble, it's on a fishing line, and even though it's on that line, it's still travelling at speed. It's actually easy prey for the shark. So a person in the water, if the shark was so inclined, if a tuna can't get out of the way, then you're not going to.
The Laconia was hit at around 8 p.m. and sank by 9:30. Leaving its stranded passengers with a full night of horror ahead.
Here on the equator, you don't get long evenings. It gets dark very quickly, sort of 7 o'clock-ish, something like that. And now, 9:30, pitch dark, has been for a couple of hours.
I'm using pieces of tuna that I'm going to send down to the bottom. I'm hoping this might at least bring evidence of a cookie cutter. The Atlantic at night is eerily quiet, and apart from the small pool of light from our boat, pitch black. can't help but make the connection between this boat and the Laconia, and also this time of night. This is about the time of night that the boat went down, and those hundreds of people ended up in this water. Now it's just about keeping alert and feeling for a movement on my line. The movement, when it comes, almost pulls me in.
That's quite a rapid tail beat on that. Yeah, this feels quite heavy. It's interesting. It's actually coming up quite quickly. So here we go. Wow. So this is a horse-eye jack. Took down there in about 300 foot of water.
These are sometimes known as big-eyed jacks. They see well in the dark and at depths. They probably share nighttime territory with the cookie cutter, but there are no bite marks to suggest that this one has had an encounter.
Okay, gonna put this back.
And it's not long before something else takes the bait. After its initial pull, it suddenly develops an extraordinary burst of power.
It's going. Right. Oh, it's just going, it's just going, it's just going, it's going, it's going. It's going.
It takes everything I've got to stop it.
This was something that took right on the bottom. Oh, here we go, here it is, there it is. What's that? Half an amberjack. Shark spit it already. When I hooked it, it ran off, stopped, and then it went a second time, and actually now that I think about it, that second time was more powerful. And what that was actually a shark hanging on to this. Well, I think moving on, what I've got to do, I've got to fish heavier line, bigger reel to hold that line, heavy wire on the end. Possibly a bigger boat.
But this investigation is only just heating up. The sinking of the RMS Laconia and what happened to the hundreds of people who ended up in the water that night is, in terms of numbers, the biggest investigation of my career so far. I've discovered that in all probability they encountered a large school of marauding snook, which ripped through them in a first wave. But now I've got to focus on sharks. The written evidence is scant, but it does show that sharks were definitely there. The reason this case has my interest now is because a forgotten cache of eyewitness accounts has come to light that I think will give me new evidence about what happened that night. So far, my investigation has focused on a silvery predator that these eyewitnesses saw attacking people in the water. And what I've discovered is that the fish responsible was a sleek, fanged, schooling predator of the open ocean called the snook.
That is going to cause a puncture mark.
But I don't think the snook was the only predator there that night. So I now need to find out what else was. I've been given special permission to fish the waters around Ascension Island, a secretive military base in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and the closest anyone can get to the site of the sinking. Fishing these waters at night has already shown me that there are fearsome predators all too willing to attack anything in distress on a line.
Sharks spit it already.
So now I know I'm looking for sharks that hunt in deep, open ocean. Whatever it was that attacked the struggling fish on my line last night was brought in by the vibrations it was sending out. But in the pitch black of night, it's impossible to know what is really going on. I want to recreate that same scenario in daylight to try to understand the chain of events that brings in the bigger predators.
Most of the island is pretty exposed, big swells, big waves, but this spot here, it's also very good in terms of water clarity. It's a bit like an aquarium, so this could be a good place to do a bit of an experiment. The water is certainly very clear. You can see lots of these black triggerfish, but let's see what happens when we put some bait in.
The triggerfish swarm around the bait.
Right, the triggerfish are really reacting to that. I mean, they just instantly, they're on it.
The more bait I put in, the more triggerfish arrive.
I don't think it's the scent, because it hasn't really got time to spread. It's visual, and then I think it's the noise of the first few fish reacting. It just brings everybody else in. I can see on the periphery of this, there's other fish coming in. Just the commotion of these fish is, it's not just the bait hitting the water, it's the reaction of the other fish to it. What I'm going to do now, I'll just lob this over and see if this has any reaction.
My small-scale feeding frenzy hasn't attracted any larger predators. Then suddenly, that changes.
Shark just came from nowhere, I didn't see that approach. Sharks have arrived. It's right under the boat, There's one here. I think that shark's fairly serious about feeding. Very close to the boat, very close to people. Doesn't care. And I think the reason that came in was because of all the activity from these other fish feeding.
These reef sharks were almost certainly responsible for the ambush on the fish I hooked last night. And on a small scale, this is a visceral demonstration of how a commotion in the water can quickly escalate into a feeding frenzy. Smaller fish bringing in the bigger predators. But these reef sharks won't stray more than a few miles from the island. The Laconia sank in 12,000 feet of water with no reef in sight. It's not reef sharks I should be focusing on, but open ocean giants. To get a real understanding of what might have attacked the Laconia victims that night, I need to find out what kinds of sharks hunt in these deeper waters. And this time, I'm well prepared.
Just getting some chum cut up to go in the water. Just small bits of fish which will just keep trickling in there at intervals. This creates a certain amount of scent in the water, but the other thing it does, it will bring in small fish, and then the activity of those will bring in larger fish. So we're creating a sort of an event here. We're creating something to make this bit of ocean stand out from all the other space out there.
I know that sharks have an extraordinary ability to pick up scent, but in such an immensity of water, chumming almost seems futile.
But I keep the chum going in, which keeps the bait fish feeding near the boat. Then I get a faint movement on the line.
Oh, there's a knock, there's a knock.
Whatever has taken the bait speeds off. What ensues is a battle that's still in progress an hour later. I winch it in, turn by painful turn.
Sudden slackening then, it could be the fish trying to roll up the line. Thing is, when it does that, is to basically not give it that slack that it needs. Taking line again. Which way's it going? I think it's still here. Yeah, we're close, we're close. That's the leader knot. You can see the fish down there. This is a tiger shark.
Oh God, watch out.
Okay. Is that under the boat?
This tiger shark is not giving in.
Definitely not coming quietly, this fish.
It thrashes and rolls as it attempts to free itself, and it's all I can do to hold it.
Oh, That's gone. That's gone. We got the whole bait back, but the hook, it was just somewhere inside the mouth and it hadn't completely penetrated. The thing is, what they do is they roll up the leader, so you haven't got very often that direct pressure on the hook. The hook is, you know, the line goes around the body, and I mean, you'd think, looking at the bend in that rod and the amount of general strain on everything, that hook would have gone in, but no, it was still a lot of energy when it came to the surface, and basically it just moved around enough to just work that hook free. So yeah, there's more sharks here than we thought.
These waters are clearly teeming with active hunting predators. But tiger sharks in the open ocean usually hunt alone, so they are unlikely to have gathered in sufficient numbers to be solely responsible. The Laconia disaster is a 75-year-old mystery, so I need to figure out what sharks were roaming these waters in 1942. Searching the historical records throws up useful information that might help to give me the answer. In the year the Laconia sank, this was far from an isolated incident. The Battle of the Atlantic was reaching its peak. In that year alone, over 1,600 vessels were sunk, resulting in the loss of thousands of lives. Going through the reports of these disasters, I start to see a pattern emerging. Account after account describes the same shark species attacking the people in the water, a shark I have little experience with. The oceanic white tip. But this shark, which patrolled the Atlantic in large numbers in 1942, is now on the endangered list and can only be found in a handful of marine reserves dotted around the world. The reason for this shark's rapid decline is simple. Basically, not long after the end of the war, from about the 1950s or so, commercial fishing on an industrial scale started in the open oceans, and sharks are particularly vulnerable, and it turns out oceanic white tips are one of the most vulnerable species, and it's very hard to come by any definite numbers, but people are saying they've been almost wiped out worldwide. So the fact that they're not here now doesn't necessarily mean that they weren't here in 1942, but if I'm to study these now endangered creatures, it's clear I'm going to have to spread my search a little further. This is the Bahamas, and this is one of the few places left on Earth where there is still a relatively healthy population of oceanic whitetips.
Although it's clear that sharks are a big part of this investigation, and I think there's enough historic evidence to place oceanic whitetips in the dock, there's still one question about their involvement that needs answering. According to the Laconia eyewitness accounts, sharks didn't show up until many hours after the sinking. The question I want to answer is why. The Laconia sank in a huge expanse of open ocean where there would undoubtedly have been lone hunting oceanic whitetips. But the chances of a large number of sharks being in the exact location where the Laconia sank at that exact time are slim. So what was it that called in these lone sharks in the vastness of the mid-Atlantic? I think there's a clue in the eyewitness accounts. Take this from squadron leader L.J. Peters, who along with hundreds of others was fighting for his life in the water that night. He'd swum some distance away from the stricken vessel. By the time he stopped and looked back, the Laconia was almost gone, and he found himself surrounded by debris and burning oil on the surface. Then, beneath him, he goes on to write, he heard two huge, booming explosions.
Now, this booming sound is when the boilers, which are under intense pressure, superheated metal, as soon as that hits the water, you get a crack and the whole thing just goes. And this sound would have carried over an enormous distance, much further than the sound of anybody splashing in the water, any shouts, this kind of thing. And I'm just wondering if this might have been what called sharks in, possibly from a very big area of ocean. Now, I don't have the wherewithal to duplicate that scenario, to create a huge explosion underwater. But maybe there is a way that I can investigate the effect that sound has on sharks. And maybe this is going to help me. This is a waterproof underwater speaker. And if the weather's okay tomorrow, if I can get out on the water, this might just give me some answers. I want to investigate whether the sound of the Laconia's boilers exploding underwater could have brought in sharks from a distance. My plan is to do this using an underwater speaker. Once we're far enough away from the island reef, we'll stop the boat's engines and I'll continue silently by kayak. I've heard that there have been whitetips spotted in this area, and what I want to do, I want to just put some pure sound in the water. I don't want any scent, I don't want any visual stimulus, just sound, and see if anything actually responds to that. I've got all the equipment on board, and I'll just leave the main boat a little bit further behind, then I'll get the speaker in the water.
As the name suggests, oceanic whitetips are true open ocean predators. They are able to travel huge distances between feeding when prey is scarce. In the vast expanses of water they travel through, they are constantly on the alert for any unusual occurrence. I'm going to test whether sound in the water can bring sharks in to investigate the source. I'm putting a low-frequency tone through the speaker. A shark's hearing is adapted to very low-frequency vibrations, such as those made by struggling prey. The sound from this speaker has an underwater range of around 800 feet, spreading out in 3 dimensions. That equates to over 80 million cubic feet of water. Now, all I have to do is wait.
Fin just broke the surface right here, right here, right here. Heading this way. I'm guessing about 6 foot under the water.
It's a lone oceanic white tip.
And it's coming in. And it's just feet away from the speaker. It's actually just within 3 feet of the speaker.
But one lone shark doesn't prove my theory.
One here. Fin out of the water. Right, there was just one. I think, you know, there's at least 2 now. Ah, right by the speaker, just 2-3 feet away. I think if I was actually in the water, that would be very ominous to see that. I mean, I'm safely, or relatively safely, clear of the water at the moment, but these sharks are definitely interested. They've come in from, I don't know where they were, but they've come in to check out this situation.
And the sharks aren't leaving. They're sticking close to the speaker.
The sharks are circling. They're just hearing the sound and they're circling me.
I'm encouraged that this experiment appears to be working, but I'm now surrounded by sharks longer than my tiny kayak. I'm a little worried they're becoming too interested in me.
Right here, fin on the surface, going down. I get the feeling that I'm being followed. I think one of the creepiest things is actually the fact that, you know, when you're diving, you've got a mask, you can actually see clearly. When you're above the surface is broken like this, you just see that very ghostly grey shape. Oh, here's one right here, right here, right here. And it's coming back.
Without an obvious food source, they've started to turn their attention to the kayak. It's time to turn the speaker off. Eventually, the sharks lose interest in both the speaker and my kayak.
So it does go to underline that if an event happens, it's worth them checking out.
For me, the evidence seems to suggest that the night the Laconia went down, the sound of the boilers exploding brought these sharks in from a large distance. Once at closer range, they detected the Malay at the surface. But this case isn't solved yet. I'm uncovering evidence that suggests that, as well as oceanic white tips, a bigger and more elusive predator came to investigate that night. I'm back in the area where the Laconia sank, because this investigation has one last twist. I've unearthed something puzzling buried in the eyewitness reports that doesn't seem to match anything I've heard of before. One man says that he saw somebody dragged, in his words, vertically downwards. Moments later, just his empty life jacket re-emerged. What could have done this? Accounts of oceanic white-tip attacks on people seem to follow a pattern. Cautious circling, followed by the strike. And this is similar to some other shark attacks I've investigated. But this description just doesn't seem to fit. The Laconia sank in 12,000 feet of water. I've looked far and wide for suspects, but so far I haven't looked down. A memory surfaces. I've seen photographs of monster sharks snagged in the nets of Atlantic deep-sea trawlers. Huge, bizarre creatures that belong to another world. Are these the creatures I'm now looking for? Were the victims of the Laconia dragged down by a leviathan of the deep? My plan is to head out to deep ocean, off the coast of Ascension Island, as close as I can to where the Laconia sank, and fish as deep as my line will allow to see what will take my bait. This will be a journey into the unknown. I don't know what we will pull up from below. We know more about the surface of Mars than we do about the deep ocean. A fishing expedition of this nature is highly unusual, and whatever I haul up could be of huge scientific interest. So I've invited shark specialist Dr. Tristan Gutteridge to join me on the boat. Whatever I catch, he will document and tag to record its movements. He talks me through the system he's devised.
So we've got two components. Yep. The transmitter to basically relocate the tag, and then the logger that takes the information, the environmental information, the depth and the temperature that the shark is at.
Fishing the depths of the Atlantic won't be easy. And catching a real-life sea monster takes big gear.
Big circle hook on the end, attached to about 30 foot of nylon-coated steel wire. And then the actual line is 130 pounds. And on full drag, so it's pretty well locked up. So all we've got to do now, get the bait on, big lump of rock on that, send it down to the bottom, and I'm hoping fairly soon we will find out what's down there.
We rig underwater cameras to record anything on its way up to the boat.
The bait is down on the bottom, and yet anything that happens down there will be transmitted up. The rod top will move, and I could also feel it through my fingertips. It's almost like being a spider in the middle of a web. So now I'm just waiting for a knock on the line.
In preparation for something huge, I put on a fishing harness. But if I'm honest, I don't really know what monsters will be lurking at these depths.
Oh, there's a knock, there's a knock.
Then I feel the gentlest of knocks on the line, before the reel on full drag screams off.
It's going, oh, that is going at a speed. That is going very fast.
Whatever has taken the bait down on the bottom has really taken off.
Oh, here we go. It's got something like a tail banging the line.
It doesn't feel like anything I've ever hooked before.
A mystery beast. But it's been really steaming off, taking line. It's a very strong fish. I mean, that is a very strong animal. Very strong animal.
It feels like a massive, I was going to say dead weight. It's not dead, it's definitely alive. But it's a weight. I'm breaking quite a sweat here. I'm not really gaining anything at the moment. Oh, there we go, it's a little bit of gain there. I winch it in, turn by painful turn. After nearly an hour of struggle, I might finally see my opponent. Whatever it is now close to the surface. You can see something down there. A very indistinct outline. But nothing prepares me for what is revealed on the end of my line. One way or another, this is sort of end game. There's the fish. There it is. What I've raised from the deep twists and turns on the line. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
What is that?
It's easily longer than the width of our boat. I estimate around 12 to 14 feet long.
That's a big old fish. Well hooked. Woo! Right.
Shark scientist Tristan identifies it as a 6-gill shark, a primitive creature that inhabits the deep ocean.
Here we go.
This animal has more fossil relatives than living ones.
This is an absolute beast. An absolute beast.
It's an incredible opportunity for Tristan. A deep-sea giant like this has never been tagged here before, and the information we might gain could be vital to my investigation. But we only have a short time to get a tag in.
Perfect. Quick. Yes.
See that? Fantastic.
Tristan has to rope the tail to get some degree of control. Then he can insert the tag into its dorsal fin.
Do you want those?
Yeah, that's it.
So this is 48 hours, then it'll pop off, is that the idea?
Yeah, this is 48 hours, and this will log temperature, depth, and light, and then pop off.
That's in?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Right, we got the tag in, and I think we've had as good a look as we're going to get.
All right, tail rope off.
We're now releasing the fish.
Well.
Massive fish, and a creature of the abyss. Is this the first time tags of that kind have been used here, as far as you know?
First time anyone's ever put a satellite tag on a 6-gill in Ascension Island. So it'll be very exciting to see what this animal does.
We have a reliable estimate of well over £1,000, something like 1,100 pounds. That is actually the biggest fish that I've ever caught. It's a very special place, very special catch.
But thrilling as this catch was, I still can't place these leviathans at the scene of the Laconia's sinking. These are creatures of the deep. What would they have been doing near the surface? Later, after Tristan has retrieved the data from the tag, he calls me with what might be the glimmer of an answer.
Hello, Tristan.
Hello.
So you got something from the tag? It popped up?
Yeah, so what's pretty exciting is we now know kind of what the 6-gill was doing across that period. And what's cool is that they make this what's called a diel vertical migration. So they travel down to the depths during the day and up in the water column during the night. It seems to be the light, so when it hits dusk and dawn, that's when they make these migrations up and down. and they're all probably just tracking prey, squid and things like that. But horizontally, we saw no movement whatsoever.
So they're moving a lot, but it's moving in purely in the up and down direction.
Yeah.
What might be the point of coming up? Are you thinking that they are doing the feeding when they come up shallow?
Yeah, they probably scavenge from carcasses and things like that.
I mean, who'd have thought that little thing that we attach to that fish, that it can give this information? It's just such an insight, isn't it, to what's going on down there?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, bye-bye.
Cheers, take care.
Cheers, adieu,
Bye.
bye-bye. Right, although there are many questions about six-gill sharks still to be answered, this experiment demonstrates very, very clearly this up and down migration that synchronizes absolutely with the passage of night and day. You know, they're down deep during the day, then they rise up at night. And given the fact that the Laconia went down during the hours of darkness, this could be very significant. The only thing is, despite all this amazing technology we've been using, the one thing that it can't tell us is whether six-gill sharks would actually feed on humans. I have been known to use myself as human bait. This time, I think I'll pass. But I think I've found a way to do the next best thing. I haven't come here to top up my tan. The reason I'm here in Honduras is because there's a guy living here who has built this extraordinary vehicle that is able to penetrate right down to the depths of the ocean, the so-called bathypelagic zone. This is where no light ever reaches. I've arranged to meet Carl Stanley, owner, builder and captain of the Idabel, a two-man submarine capable of descending to over 2,500 feet. We're going to attach a dead pig to the front of the sub as bait. As I learned from a former cannibal tribe in the South Pacific, pig meat tastes a lot like human flesh. I want to find out if this will bring in the six-gills. This is a slightly different type of baiting up operation for me. I'm used to putting things on big hooks, but I've never actually strapped a dead pig on the front of a submarine before. Normally when I'm fishing, I'm a long way away from the bait and I just get a tactile or maybe an audible indication that something's down there, and at that point I generally don't know what it is, but I'm going to be sitting literally a few feet away from this. So if something comes along and shows an interest in this, I'm going to have a ringside seat. I'm just a couple of feet away.
This is the pressure hull, and that's made out of 3 high-strength steel spheres.
Right, so I take it I'm in that bit there, and is that where you're driving it from?
Yes.
I'm not ashamed to admit that mixed with my excitement is mounting apprehension. That's where I'm going. It's a wee bit claustrophobic, and under 2,000 feet of water, it's going to be a whole new level of that. The curved walls make it almost impossible to sit up straight, and I could be spending up to 9 hours cooped up inside here. I'm positioned up front at Carl's feet in what he has dubbed the passenger sphere, which is a cramped 54 inches wide. The plan is to travel vertically down to 2,000 feet or maybe more, then wait and hope that the bait will attract the sharks on their nightly migration up from even deeper. We're going down into the Cayman Trench, which at its deepest is about 25,000 feet. We're not going quite that deep, but probably a couple of thousand, and I've been told to expect a vertical journey of about 45 minutes. As we descend, the temperature plummets from 84 degrees Fahrenheit to a chilly 50.
We're just coming up to 500 feet. And as we're descending, I sort of can't help thinking about when the Laconia went down. There were people who jumped in the water, but there were almost definitely going to be people trapped inside the structure as well as it sunk. And that is definitely a one-way trip. Sort of don't want to think about that too much. That's 1,000 feet.
The pressure on the outside of the hull increases as the weight of all that water above us bears down on the sub. At this depth, that equates to 430 pounds on every square inch.
We've got lights on the sub, so the water here is illuminated, but looking up, I mean, the surface is long past being visible. And where we're actually going, it's where we're going to the edge of the bathypelagic zone. This is where, even during the daytime, no light reaches down here. The water basically swallows up the light, so it's a very unfamiliar type of space. It's not like the rest of the world. That dark emptiness out there is actually what most of the Earth is like. What we see is a tiny fraction of our planet.
We cautiously approach the sea floor. If we were to get stuck on anything, there would be no hope of rescue. We have enough oxygen for 3 days, but there's no communication with the surface, and no vessel within 1,000 miles capable of descending this deep. And in this complex underwater landscape, it's doubtful anyone could find us anyway.
I almost feel like an astronaut just minutes away from landing on the moon.
My first glimpse of life down here, a sculptured lobster.
This really does feel like the surface of another planet. No footprints. This is a place where no human being has probably touched down before.
The depth gauge now reads 2,000 feet. We are precariously positioned on a tiny ledge. To my right, a sheer cliff face drops away towards the bottom of the trench, another 5 miles down. The pressure on the outside of the hull now is more than 900 pounds per square inch. A crack would mean instant death.
So, white light at the moment, and we're now going to switch to red light, which the sharks won't be aware of. So we're about to go into stealth mode.
This means that although we can see what's going on, the shark can't see us.
So what we do now is we wait. Hagfish coming right in front of us. So we've got a hagfish that's come in here, and that's starting to feed quite actively. What that's doing, that's stirring up a cloud of scent in the water. There's giant isopods scuttling around as well, which have obviously got wind of something happening here. So there will be a cloud of scent slowly spreading out in the water, and what we're hoping is that that's going to call in the sharks.
Isopods have been observed going 5 years between meals, and in this environment they live in a perpetual state of semi-hibernation. They typically scavenge whatever food drifts down from the surface.
Shark, 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 shark. We've got a shark.
faint, almost ghost-like, just drifting left to right, just on the edge of visibility. But I'm guessing that wasn't just a sort of a coincidental drift by. I think it's probably picking up the scent. It's turning round, it's turning round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skill shark. Wow. That's a big animal. Big animal.
I have to remind myself that although I can see it, the shark can't register red light, so it cannot see me or the bait.
Oh, here it comes, right over my head.
And since we're not making any sound, it has found us using its sense of scent.
It's now coming towards us, and it seems to be very slowly zeroing in. Is it going to feed? Is it going to feed? Where's it gone now? There it is. It's coming round again. It's coming into the bait. It's coming in. This looks quite purposeful.
Look at that.
Wow. That is a feeding shark. That's what a feeding shark looks like. It's moving the whole sub. It is actually moving the whole sub. That shark is bigger than the whole sub in terms of length. I'm literally inches away. Inches away. Well, I think it's fair to say it's got the taste for the bait. That's amazing. That's amazing.
The bait has been obliterated by the shark's serrated teeth. Like a ghost, it vanishes into the darkness.
Every time you put a bait in the water, you're asking a question, and in this particular instance, my question was, is there life down below the surface layers that might come up? Well, absolutely there is, and some very large and very impressive life. And I have to say that I'm even less comfortable about being down here, so I think it's high time now to get back to the surface.
So what does this tell me about the victims of the Laconia disaster? Could the sixth gill have been involved? What I do know is that these rarely observed giants inhabit the same waters where the Laconia sank. They rise towards the surface at night, the time when many hundreds of people were flailing in the water, and from what I've just witnessed, they tear into flesh with gusto. The sinking of the Laconia sent 2,500 people into the vast Atlantic, and this horrifying event must have attracted a multitude of predators. A marauding school of fanged snook which ripped through in a first wave.
Then bloodthirsty, parasitic cookie-cutter sharks that cut precision bites. And later, tiger sharks and oceanic white tips, drawn in first by the sound of the ship's exploding boilers, and then by the blood in the water. And maybe they were joined by this prehistoric leviathan, the six-gill shark, a true sea monster as terrifying as anything from the depths of our imagination. The full story will never be known, but I now understand in a way that I didn't before why so many of the Laconia's passengers never made it home. The sinking of the British passenger steamer RMS Laconia has haunted me since I first heard about it.